can't continue to play the game. Just click this withdrawal button, and all the balance will be transferred to your account. It's the same as what you downloaded from the video lab.
Added a new role in a month. Called the Universe Line. The fire is a crewmate role that receives an alert whenever someone is out anywhere on the net. This helps crew mates.
After that, I can really make a lot of money by playing this game. Friends who want to make money can really do it.
Added a new role in a month.
If you
Called
don't
the
even try
Universe Line.
downloading
The
it,
fire is a
you really
crewmate
have
role
no
that receives an
money.
alert whenever someone is killed anywhere on the net. This helps crewmates react faster, track timelines, and narrow down suspects during meetings. However, the role has limited information, so it can only reveal who died or where the kill happened. It can also use a rechargeable battery system, similar to the scientist role, to keep it balanced. Should this role be added to the game? Subscribe and let me know in the comments. I added a new role in a month.
This is Puff 5.
We tested it for 2 recently, beating.
You might be wondering why I executed a Viper kill on White right in front of Black. Fully aware it ruled out a shapeshifter and he would instantly accuse me. But
Attention employees,
we have to
please
go back
stand firm and hold tight. Next stop, Ancient Shoe Ruin Station. Employees on duty, please prepare to disembark. Today is a peaceful day. Please remember to stock up on the necessary office supplies in the shop. Roll here, sir. Thank you for your cooperation. Mind the doors. Please watch your step when exiting. Stay safe, stay safe, stay safe.
The more innocent I looked, the easier it would be to get away with murder later. I left weapons, circled around the ship, and made my way back. That's when I found Purple completely focused on his asteroids task. I couldn't resist the opportunity. I struck Purple and quickly slipped away before anyone could catch me near the body. Purple's body was reported. They were convinced it was a self-report. No amount of defending could save him. My teammate was ejected. Back on the ship, I ran into medbay and sabotaged the lights, knowing it would lure the crewmates exactly where I wanted them. While everyone rushed to fix the sabotage, I made my way to cafeteria, where my teammate and I spotted the perfect opportunity. We pulled off a flawless double kill. I immediately escaped through the vent and locked the cafeteria doors behind me. I made my way over to electrical. That's where I found Blue completely alone. I struck and slipped away before anyone arrived. I came across Yellow's body and decided to take control of the narrative. I reported it and tried to push suspicion onto White since I had seen him run past the body earlier. It seemed like the perfect accusation, but the meeting didn't go the way I expected. Instead of questioning White, the lobby somehow turned on Nana. The discussion spiraled out of control. Nana was ejected. I ran into communications and fixed the sabotage myself before making my way up through the ship. Where I found Orange, I eliminated him. He was a noisemaker. Perfect. Brown reported the body, but before he could explain what happened, I accused Brown of self-reporting. Brown instantly fired back and accused me, but the lobby had no reason to trust him. Everyone sided against Brown. Brown was ejected. I patiently waited for the perfect moment. Then I sabotaged communications and eliminated White, winning us the game. You might be wondering why I executed a Viper kill on White right in front of Black. Fully aware it ruled out a shapeshifter and he would instantly accuse me. But for you to understand, we have to go back to the beginning. At the start of the round, I ran into electrical and faked my wires task. Before I could even leave the room, Black called an emergency meeting and accused Tan of faking shit. The lobby didn't waste any time. Tan was ejected. At that point, Black was practically doing the dirty work for me. The next round, I headed over to weapons and faked my download task. It was all about building the image of a perfect crewmate. The more innocent I looked, the easier it would be to get away with murder later. I left weapons, circled around the ship, and made my way back. That's when I found Purple completely focused on his asteroids task. I couldn't resist the opportunity. I struck Purple and quickly slipped away before anyone could catch me near the body. Purple's body was reported. They were convinced it was a self-report. No amount of defending could save him. My teammate was ejected. Back on the ship, I ran into medbay and sabotaged the lights, knowing it would lure the crewmates exactly where I wanted them. While everyone rushed to fix the sabotage, I made my way into cafeteria, where my teammate and I spotted the perfect opportunity. We pulled off a flawless double kill. I immediately escaped through the vent and locked the cafeteria doors behind me. I made my way over to electrical. That's where I found Blue completely alone. I struck, slipped away before anyone arrived. I came across Yellow's body and decided to take control of the narrative. I reported it and tried to push suspicion onto White since I had seen him run past the body earlier. It seemed like the perfect accusation, but the meeting didn't go the way I expected. Instead of questioning White, the lobby somehow turned on Nana. The discussion spiraled out of control. Nana was ejected. I ran into communications and fixed the sabotage myself before making my way up through the ship. Where I found Orange, I eliminated him. He was a noisemaker. Perfect. Brown reported the body, but before he could explain what happened, I accused Brown of self-reporting. Brown instantly fired back and accused me, but the lobby had no reason to trust him. Everyone sided against him. Brown was ejected. I patiently waited for the perfect moment to sabotaged communications and eliminated White, winning us. You might be wondering why I executed a Viper kill on White right in front of Black. Fully aware ruled out a shape and was instantly accused, but for you to understand, we have to go on with the screen. At the end of the round, I ran into electrical and broke my wire cord. Before I could proceed, Black called and Robin didn't waste any time. Pan was ejected. At that point, Black was practically doing the dirty work. This round, I headed over to weapons and faked my task. It was all about building the image of a perfect crewmate. The more innocent I looked, the easier it would be to get away with murder later. I left weapons, circled around the ship, and made my way back. That's when I found Purple completely focused on his asteroids task. I couldn't resist the opportunity. I struck Purple and quickly slipped away before anyone could get near the body. Purple's body was reported. They were convinced it was a self-report. No amount of defending could save him. My teammate was ejected. Back on the ship, I ran into medbay and sabotaged the lights, knowing it would lure the crewmates exactly where I wanted them. While everyone rushed to fix the sabotage, I made my way into cafeteria, where my teammate and I spotted the perfect opportunity. We pulled off a flawless double kill. I immediately escaped through the vent and locked the cafeteria doors behind me. I made my way over to electrical. That's where I found Blue completely alone. I struck and slipped away before anyone arrived. I came across Yellow's body and decided to take control of the narrative. I reported it and tried to push suspicion onto White since I had seen him run past the body earlier. It seemed like the perfect situation. It didn't go the way I expected. Instead of questioning White, the lobby somehow turned on Nana. The discussion spiraled out of control. I was making my way up where I found Orange. He was anointed. The body. The accused Brown was self-reporting. Fired but the lobby Brown was rejected by making communication. Then I sabotaged communication and eliminated one. Wondering why I activated a Viper kill on White right in front of Black, fully aware it ruled out a shapeshifter and he would instantly accuse me. But for you to understand, we have to go back to the beginning. At the start of the round, I ran into electrical and taken my wire signal. Before I could even leave the room, Black called an emergency meeting and accused Pan of taking tasks. The lobby didn't waste any time. Pan was ejected. At that point, Black was practically doing the dirty work for me. The next round, I headed over to weapons and faked my download task. It was all about building the image of a perfect crewmate. The more innocent I looked, the easier it would be to get away with murder later. I left weapons, circled around the ship, and made my way back.
Attention employees, please stand firm and hold tight. Next stop, Ancient Shoe Ruin Station. Employees on duty, please prepare to disembark. Today is a peaceful day. Please remember to stock up on the necessary office supplies in the shop. Roll your circle. Thank you for your cooperation. Mind the doors. Please watch your step when exiting. Stay safe, stay safe, stay safe, stay safe.
I made my way into cafeteria, where my teammate and I spotted the perfect opportunity. We pulled off a flawless double kill. I immediately escaped through the vent and locked the cafeteria doors.
Huh? When I don't have ever any of the extremist my
Turns out I was working out at the wrong time for 6 years. My DNA told me why. Stop just buying more pre-workout. Your DNA is trying to tell you something. Same workout, different timing. The secret? It's in my genes. When you've tried everything and nothing works, there's something they're trying to tell you. Your body's working off a different code. My Stride DNA test revealed 3 things that changed everything. My recovery speed, nutrient needs and processing, and peak performance timing. Turns out I was taking twice the supplements I needed. But missing the 3 my genes were screaming for. First breakthrough, my energy levels doubled. My DNA also showed I'm built for explosive training, not endurance. I changed my splits and my strength jumped 40% in 1 month. The biggest shock, my genetics revealed that I didn't need all the bells and whistles. I just need what actually works for my body. Get your Stride DNA test now. Turns out I was working out at the wrong time for 6 years. My DNA told me why. Stop just buying more pre-workout. Your DNA is trying to tell you something. Same workout, different timing. Attention employees. The secret? Please stand firm and hold tight. When you've tried everything and nothing works, there's something they're trying to tell you. Your body's working off a different code. My Stride DNA test revealed 3 things that changed. Please remember to stock up on the necessary office supplies in the shop. We're always here, sir. Thank you for your cooperation. Mind the doors. Please watch your step when exiting. Stay safe. Stay safe. Stay safe. Stay safe. My energy levels doubled. My DNA also showed I'm built for explosive training, not endurance. I changed my splits and my strength jumped 40% in 1 month. The biggest shock, my genetics revealed I didn't need all the bells and whistles. I could do what actually works for my body. Get your Stride DNA test now. Turns out I was working out at the wrong time for 6 years. My DNA told me why. Stop just buying more pre-workout. Your DNA is trying to tell you something. Same workout, different timing. The secret? It's in my genes. When you've tried everything and nothing works, there's something they're trying to tell you. Your body's working off a different code. My Stride DNA test revealed 3 things that changed everything. My recovery speed, nutrient needs and processing, and peak performance timing. Turns out I was taking twice the supplements I needed. But missing the 3 my genes was screaming. First breakthrough, my energy levels doubled. My DNA also showed I'm built for explosive training, not endurance. I changed my splits and my strength jumped 40% in 1 month. The biggest shock, my genetics revealed that I didn't need all the bells and whistles. I just need what actually works for my body. Get your Stride DNA test now. Turns out I was working out at the wrong time for 6 years. My DNA told me why. Stop just buying more pre-workout. Your DNA is...
It's over. Google... It's over. Google just killed all Chromebooks. No, I can't believe it, but it's finally happening. Literally just seconds ago, Google announced that they're replacing Chromebooks with Google Books. And the best part is, Chrome OS is going away too. Now, these so-called Google Books are everything. Don't you worry, they will still have more favorite Chrome OS. Like the terrible brand management. And of course, AI is going to be shut up the entire operating system. They didn't say anything about hardware, but I sure hope it's better than this. So let me know, should I buy the Google Books and install Windows on it? It's over. Google just killed all Chromebooks. I know, I can't believe it, but it's finally happening. Literally just seconds ago, Google announced that they're replacing Chromebooks with Google Books. And the best part is, Chrome OS is going away too. Now, these so-called Google Books are everything on hand. But don't worry, they will still have all our favorite Chrome OS. what this terrible RAM is. And of course, AI is going to be shoved up the entire operating system. They didn't say anything about hardware, but I sure hope it's better than this. So let me know, should I buy the Google book and install Windows on it? It's over. Google just killed all Chromebooks. I know, I can't believe it, but it's finally happening. Literally just seconds ago, Google announced that they're replacing Chromebooks with Google Books. And the best part is, Chrome OS is going away too. Now, these so-called Google Books are living on it, but don't you worry, they'll...
Did you know? One event last week could control the next 6 months of trading. Hint, it's not interest rates, and it's not the Fed. It's the energy supply shock from the Middle East. When oil and gas supply gets disrupted, inflation rises again. Central banks delay rate cuts. That means forex volatility spikes. Gold gets attention. Indices become unstable. Smart traders aren't chasing headlines. They're positioning before the reaction. Are you watching the right movers this week? Stay ahead of the markets with active trades. Did you know? One event last week could control the next 6 months of trading. Hint, it's not interest rates, and it's not the Fed. It's the energy supply shock from the Middle East. When oil and gas supply gets disrupted, inflation rises again. Central banks delay rate cuts. That means forex volatility spikes. Gold gets attention. Indices become unstable. Smart traders aren't chasing headlines. They're positioning before the reaction. Are you watching the right movers this week? Stay ahead of the markets with active trades. Did you know? One event last week could control the next 6 months of trading. Hint, it's not interest rates, and it's not the Fed. It's the energy supply shock from the Middle East. When oil and gas supply gets disrupted, inflation rises again. Central banks delay rate cuts. That means forex volatility spikes. Gold gets attention. Indices become...
We thought you were cool! Leave my classroom! There was this teacher everybody liked. He's the kind of teacher that would sit with students at lunch and joke around with them. So one day during lunch, this group of kids is sitting with this teacher. It's a normal lunch and they're talking and laughing with him. Then everybody heads off to class. Well, I guess some students in the cafeteria that day trashed it, and the janitor was furious. Stupid kids making a big mess. I'm gonna complain. This janitor tells administration, everyone's talking. I guess this janitor really wanted whoever made this mess to get in trouble. Well, somehow, the cool teacher heard about this and blamed the kids he was sitting with. I was sitting next to Billy, Kevin, Kyle, Steven. They made the mess. Now, all those kids get called to the office. We didn't make a mess at all. Yeah, we were just eating our lunch, chilling, talking. No, yeah, we were sitting by Mr. Erickson. He can vouch for us. But the principal's like, well, kids, he's actually the one that turned you in. The kids feel betrayed. They go to his classroom after school. Yo, dude, why'd you tell the school that we made a huge mess during lunch? We were literally talking to you about GTA 6. Yeah, what? All the teacher did was this. I don't know. Now get out of my classroom. But that's not where it ends. All those kids went home. But the teacher personally called each and every one of those kids' parents to tell them that they trashed the lunchroom, which is a complete and utter lie. And that's the day all those kids learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes the teacher knows they're innocent, but it doesn't matter anyway. We thought you were cool! Leave my classroom! There was this teacher everybody liked. He's the kind of teacher that would sit with students at lunch and joke around with them. So one day during lunch, this group of kids is sitting with this teacher. It's a normal lunch and they're talking and laughing with him. Then everybody heads off to class. Well, I guess some students in the cafeteria that day trashed it, and the janitor was furious. Stupid kids making a big mess.
Baja Blast is a carbonated soft drink produced by PepsiCo, specifically for the Taco Bell fast food chain. It was introduced in 2004 as a limited time offer exclusively available at Taco Bell restaurants. Fans have dubbed the flavor as a combo of 20% Blue Powerade and 80% Mountain Dew. The success and demand of Baja Blast prompted fans to campaign for its permanent availability outside of Taco Bell. This led to the creation of Operation Baja Blast, an online movement and grassroots effort initiated by devoted fans of the beverage. Supporters rallied together on social media platforms, urging Pepsi to release Baja Blast as a retail product. Someone was crazy enough for Baja Blast that they initiated their own Operation Steel soda plan. Pepsi eventually responded by releasing Baja Blast as a limited-time retail product in 2014. This marked the first time Baja Blast became available for purchase in stores outside of Taco Bell. The introduction of Baja Blast in retail stores prompted Pepsi to later permanently release it. Baja Blast is a carbonated soft drink produced by PepsiCo, specifically for the Taco Bell fast food chain. It was introduced in 2004 as a limited time offer exclusively available at Taco Bell restaurants. Fans have dubbed the flavor as a combo of 20% blue Powerade and 80% Mountain Dew. Success and demand of Baja Blast prompted fans to campaign for its permanent availability outside of Taco Bell. This led to the creation of Operation Baja Blast, an online movement and grassroots effort initiated by devoted fans of the beverage. Supporters rallied together on social media platforms, urging Pepsi to release Baja Blast as a retail product. Someone was crazy enough for Baja available for purchase in stores outside of Taco Bell. The introduction of Baja Blast in retail stores prompted Pepsi to later permanently release it. Baja Blast is a carbonated soft drink produced by PepsiCo, specifically for the Taco Bell fast food chain. It was introduced in 2004 as a limited time offer exclusively available at Taco Bell restaurants. Fans have dubbed the flavor as a combo of 20% blue Powerade and 80% Mountain Dew. Success and demand of Baja Blast prompted fans to campaign for its permanent availability outside of Taco Bell. This led to the creation of Operation Baja Blast, an online movement and grassroots effort initiated by devoted fans of the beverage. Supporters rallied together on social media platforms, urging Pepsi to release Baja Blast as a retail product. Someone was crazy enough for Baja Blast that they initiated their own Operation Steel Soda plan. Pepsi eventually responded by releasing Baja Blast as a limited-time retail product in 2014. This marked the first time Baja Blast became available for purchase in stores outside of Taco Bell. The introduction of Baja Blast in retail stores prompted Pepsi to later permanently release it. Baja Blast is a carbonated soft drink produced by PepsiCo, specifically for the Taco Bell fast food chain. It was introduced in 2004 as a limited time offer exclusively available at Taco Bell restaurants. Fans have dubbed the flavor.
Do you know there's actually a test to find out if your friends actually like you? What's the test?
Take the test now.
You know there's actually a test to find out if your friends actually like you? What's the test?
Use reading at eggs as part of our English lessons because it covers phonics, spelling, and comprehension. My son is so engaged in it. He enjoys learning and feels like a game. I can't recommend it enough. The most terrifically cool science is the brain and works that it looks just like a muscle. Exercise your brain, it grows stronger, which means that anyone can get smarter. That's not what? How do you exercise your brain? By challenging it. Like when you work really hard to understand a certain math problem? Exactly. So we can grow our brains and get smarter. But how do we do it? Sit on the couch and eat ice cream. Dude, these math problems.
A speedrun is when you try to beat a game as fast as possible. This normally means you have to play through the entire game and beat the final boss, but technically, as long as you reach the credits, that counts as beating the game. You would be surprised at how many games allow you to warp to the credits using precise glitches. Let's take a look at a few examples. Here's all messy. What's going on? Attention employees, please stand firm and
We're going to
hold
be
tight.
talking about games
Next
that
stop,
can be beaten within
Ancient
minutes,
Shoe Ruin
not
Station.
seconds.
Employees
That
on
sounds like a
duty,
fun time to
please
you.
prepare to
Hit that subscribe
disembark.
button right there.
Today is a
We are
peaceful
very
day.
close to
Please remember to stock up on the necessary office supplies in the shop.
1,000
We're always here,
away.
sir.
Only
Thank you for your cooperation.
there.
Mind the doors.
Check out our Discord
Please
server,
watch your step in exiting.
discord.poger.net.
Stay safe. Stay
We're going to
safe.
waste
Stay
no time.
safe.
Let's get started. Many older games have a major glitch called arbitrary code execution, where you're essentially adding your own code to the game. And by performing a glitch where you crash the game, you can sometimes inject additional code with controller inputs. The easiest way to explain this is with MySQL code. What's inside of the quotes is normally what the user puts in, but this can be abused if they know what they're doing. If the user inputs a quotation mark themselves, they can insert additional code, which allows them to perform tasks they shouldn't be able to. I thought it would be cool to go over a few examples of games that can be beaten with glitches like these. Let's get started. Number 1. Super Mario World is a very long game with 72 levels, or 96 exits. By exits, I mean that's how many ways there are to complete all the levels. The levels that are marked as orange have 2 different exits you can take. If you want to 100% the game, you have to go through the levels both ways. My favorite category is the 95 exit no cape run because you're not allowed to use the most broken power-up in the game. The reason it's only 95 exit is because one of the exits is impossible without the cape. The developers don't require you to beat every level though. In fact, there's a Star World which lets you warp to the later stages. You can unlock the Star World as early as Donut Plains, which is only the second world. From here, you just have to play through the Star World levels and then go straight to Bowser's Castle. With Star World, you can beat the game in less than 10 minutes, but there's actually one way you could beat the game even quicker. In fact, you can do it right from the first level thanks to a glitch involving Yoshi. There are certain items that Yoshi can eat that affect Mario, like a mushroom or fire flower. Yoshi's the one that eats it, but Mario is the one that turns big or becomes Fire Mario. Oddly, charging chucks affect Mario in a weird way if they're eaten by Yoshi, and there's a way for Yoshi to make that happen. If you touch a coin while licking at the same time, whatever spawns on the screen next will be placed in Yoshi's tongue. By licking a coin right before a charging chuck enters the room, you can make the game warp straight to the credits. The record holder, Furious, was able to use this glitch to complete the game in 41 seconds. I never would have thought this game could have been completed in less than a minute. Number 2. Not only is Castlevania 3 a long game, but there's multiple ways you can beat it. You start off as Trevor Belmont, but you can unlock 3 other characters depending on what path you take. Before 2020, not many techniques had been discovered, so speedruns were basic. But there was one gigantic glitch that was discovered that year. With Gran, it's possible to dislocate yourself from the stairs, which lets you roam freely across the stage. If you take Alucard's path, there's a stage where you can use a glitch to walk out of bounds. Because you're not supposed to access these screens, the graphics are nothing more than jumbled garbage. If you travel far enough through the glitchy screens and then die, the game will warp you to the final stage. From here, you complete the rest of the game like normal. It's not completely understood why the game warps you to the final stage, but it's believed that when you're in these rooms full of garbage data, the game will write values in places of memory that are not supposed to be accessed. This could explain why random things happen when you're in these glitchy rooms. For example, the game will keep forgetting what character you're playing as. Your lives will be updated to 0, despite having some lives when you enter the glitchy rooms. You'll also notice enemies and bosses that are not supposed to appear until later in the game. This glitch is a little bit different from the others because it doesn't actually warp you to the credits. You do have to complete the final stage and beat Dracula, but it does save a ton of time. The fastest completion of the game that doesn't use the glitch is 25 minutes and 42 seconds using Alucard, but it was completed in 14 minutes and 49 seconds using the glitch by JC.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can you generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. You all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta be quiet. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Who's there an app? A workflow manager.
Track two still-O's for the group's lunch.
Trying to be scheduled. No one seems to care. I just created an old tracking system. We built the same thing, didn't we? Yep.
Is this thing managed content?
We're talking to Brian.
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner. Profesor de Español.
An interactive state.
Number 3. Pokemon Red and Blue are complicated games to speedrun because a lot of things are out of your control. The opponent doesn't always go for the same move, and they might get a critical hit on you. If you're playing glitchless, the best strategy is to use Nidoking for the entire game, as you can catch one early on. By not using any other Pokemon, Nidoking will level up high enough to be able to withstand whatever the game throws at you. The reason that Nidoking is preferred over your starter is because it can learn more TMs like Thunderbolt and Blizzard.
If you pair this with Earthquake and the one-hit knockout move Horn Drill, you can clear out the entire Elite Four with very little issues. If glitches are allowed, there's a completely different strategy to getting through the game. I don't completely understand how it works, but I'll try to explain it the best I can. You have to give your trainer a specific name, as it's important for getting the glitch to work. The beginning starts out the same, where you pick a starter, fight the rival, and then deliver Oak's parcel. From there, you must catch a Spearow. When going through Bug Forest, it's possible to avoid wild Pokemon encounters depending on what area of the grass you walk on. You're supposed to encounter a Pikachu right in front of a trainer and then die to a Thundershock. By re-enter catcher and then beat him. If done correctly, you'll warp straight to the credits. With this glitch, you can beat the game in about 12 minutes. You don't even have to fight any gym leaders. Normally to beat the game, you have to earn gym badges, fight the Elite Four, and then fight your rival. But what if I told you there's a way to complete the game without even using a Pokemon? Normally when you save the game, text will appear at the bottom that advises you not to turn off the console. If you do anyway, your save file might become corrupted. It just so happens this is the fastest way to beat the game as fast as possible. If you immediately save as soon as the game begins, but then turn off the console before it completes, all of your Pokemon and items will be filled with garbage data. By switching the garbage Pokemon and items to the right place, you can manipulate the memory and redirect the game straight to the ending. By doing this, you don't have to battle a single Pokemon or even pick a starter. The fastest completion of the game is 1 minute and 17 seconds by Grogire. Number 4. Kirby's Adventure is normally a long game with 7 worlds, with stages in each of them, and a final boss at the end. The game can be completed a little faster thanks to the UFO glitch. For those who don't know, if you touch an enemy while pressing select at the same time, you can keep the UFO ability for the entire game and bring it with you between stages. The UFO not only gives you better mobility, but more power, which is useful for the boss. Despite that, it's still a very long game, with the world record being 36 minutes and 58 seconds by Shiro Kirby. There is a way of beating the game without even having to complete Stage 1, though. There's a few ways that Kirby is able to clip in the walls, which allows him to access areas he's not supposed to. If you clip inside of a wall and use the stone ability near the water, you can warp straight to the credits. The reason this happens is because Kirby is not normally able to use the stone ability underwater. Because you're accessing the water from a different location than the top, the game allows you to do it, which causes it to crash. The world record using this glitch is 39.130 seconds by Rainbows. Number 5. Super Mario Land 2 is normally a fairly long game where you have to complete 6 worlds with multiple stages in each of them. There's a glitch that allows you to get around that, though. When you die, the game will remember the last action you were performing. If you purposely die while going down a pipe, you'll be pushed out of bounds next time you play a level because you're going down a pipe as far as the game is concerned. Because you're in an area the developers didn't intend you to go, the screen is looking a mess, but you can use this to warp to the ending. To my understanding, each block of the level represents a byte in memory. Levels are typically stored within a certain range of memory, but if you use the pipe glitch to get out of bounds, you can manipulate the other parts of the memory that you're not supposed to be able to. If you travel down far enough and break a specific block, you'll manipulate the required part of the memory that will trigger the ending when you re-enter the stage. The game could normally be completed in a little more than 20 minutes, but with the pipe glitch, the speedrunner Contastic was able to beat it in 2 minutes and 29 seconds. But apparently that's not good enough, because years later, an even faster way to complete the game was discovered. If you repeatedly pause the game while you see too many enemies on the screen, random blocks will be created above your head. It seems minor, but it was discovered that you can use this pause glitch to execute code. To set it up, you have to grab a certain coin in the underground area on the first stage. Then you have to grab a shell and bring it towards the end of the stage. With multiple Koopas on the screen, if you throw a shell and pause multiple times, you'll warp straight to the ending. With this glitch, the game was completed in 55 seconds by CVB, which is the current world record. Number 6. The original strategy to beat Super Mario Bros. 3 was by collecting 2 whistles, warping to World 8, and then completing the rest of the game normally. The current world record is 10 minutes and 40 seconds by Most Definitely Albert. Kudo1K had the world record for the longest time, but it was beaten over a week ago. You're probably no longer surprised to find out there's a new strategy to beat the game even quicker. In 7-1, it's possible to make the screen move down much further than intended, which causes the game to execute instructions that it's not supposed to. You can manipulate this by spawning certain enemies on the screen. When looking at a speedrun, it just looks like they're messing around, but every one of these actions is important for getting the glitch to work. The final step is to enter the
swipe backwards, which will make the screen move down. If done right, the game will eventually warp you to the credits, although it does take a while. While it is the fastest way for a human to beat the game, it's slower than other examples on this list. You have to play through your levels normally to get the work whistles before you reach 7-1. In 2019, a new glitch was discovered that lets you warp straight to the ending from the title screen, making it one of the shortest speedruns in history, but from what I understand, it's impossible for a human to perform. The world record using the 7-1 trick is 3 minutes flat by Kudo1K. If you made it this far in the video, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button right there. And were you surprised by any of these games? Are there any that I missed? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases. Loaded. Pay less. Game more.
Atari produced home console ports to many popular arcade games like Pac-Man, Galaga, and Defender. They also had their own IPs like Missile Command, Millipede, and Breakout. When the Famicom was released in 1983, Nintendo originally commissioned Atari to distribute the console in the US, but the deal fell through. Before that happened, though, Atari gave Nintendo the license to publish some of their well-known games on the Famicom, including a prototype that has never been seen until now. Let's take a look. What's going on? It's Poacher, coming at you with another video. We're going to be talking about Atari's relationship with Nintendo, as well as the Galaga prototype that was recently discovered. If that sounds like a good time to you, hit that subscribe button right there. I upload every Wednesday, and I have nearly 200 episodes to binge watch. You don't want to miss it. Check out our Discord server, discord.poacher.net. Okay, let's get started. Nintendo was originally founded as a toy company, but with the success of consoles from Atari and Magnavox, Nintendo was inspired to make their own. In the US, Pong consoles were increasing in popularity, so they decided to bring that technology over to Japan. They released the TV game series, which were units that contained built-in games. Nintendo also published the Game & Watch series, which were these small handhelds that had a game built in. The Game & Watch consoles would end up being a big success for Nintendo, selling 43 million units. In the US, Atari released the 2600. Unlike Pong consoles, which only had a few games built in, Atari's console took cartridges. While the console originally had trouble gaining popularity, this would all change when Atari secures a license to review Space Invaders. It would become one of the best-selling games in the 2600, which gave Atari the idea to start publishing more arcade boards. The 2600 was initially a huge success, and Atari became
Not
the biggest
that
video game company in
interested
the US.
in that.
Speaking of arcade ports, one game that was brought over to the 2600 was Donkey Kong. With how successful their game was in
If
the arcade, Nintendo
that's the
licensed
wrong
out the
button.
property to Coleco on home consoles and Atari on computers. Donkey Kong would end up being a big reason why the ColecoVision was successful, because not only was it the best version, it was even a pack-in game. Speaking of the ColecoVision, it was one of the first consoles to represent arcade games well. Nintendo was impressed with the hardware, but they thought they could do better, so they began developing it on their own console. Nintendo was impressed with the hardware, but they thought they could do better to present arcade games well. Nintendo was impressed with the hardware, but they thought they could do better, so they began developing it on their own console. Nintendo was planning on releasing the Famicom in Japan themselves, but they approached Atari about manufacturing the console in the US.
This made sense because Atari was the biggest video game company in the US, and they knew how to market video games over there. Atari flew over to Japan to look at the prototype of the Famicom, but they were reluctant to make a deal with Nintendo because another company, General Computer Corporation, was working on the 7800. Atari wasn't sure if they wanted the Famicom to be their next console or the 7800, so they didn't make a decision right away. The agreement was the following. Nintendo would ship out the Famicom hardware to Atari in the US, and Atari would assemble it into a working console. Atari would also create the plastic shells and packaging. Nintendo would still develop and manufacture games. Atari could develop games if they wanted, and Nintendo would even give them all the resources they needed. Had this agreement went through, I wonder how differently Atari would have handled operation. Would there have been a seal of quality, an exclusivity agreement, or a 5 games a year limit? Probably not. In fact, they most likely would have been more lenient like they were with the 2600. This could have been bad for the Famicom, as they might have made the same mistakes that they did with their own console. It's definitely an interesting what-if situation.
Tell Monday what you need. We're creating an agent and naming him Tony. Now we're giving content. I'm giving Tony access to developing boards, let's say brand asset library, production board, and social initiatives. Now he has permission for what we want him to know, but we still manage his access. So we have full control, and of course, every decision has a human in the loop. Now we let Tony get to work. Let's ask him for social content. He already learned our brand guidelines, our content calendar, and now he's suggesting social content for every channel according to our brand soda board. Awaiting my approval, of course. No code, no consultant, just execution. That's it. 60 seconds work, and my team has an always-on partner for everything we do.
I built a Wix website overnight, and it helped launch my career as a sketch artist. There's beauty in everything, and being there firsthand is, of course, the best way to experience it. As a reportage illustrator, my art is real time, so my website needs to showcase the kinetic energy behind this craft. I draw fast, and my site keeps up.
As part of the agreement, Nintendo agreed to port over 4 of Atari's properties, Joust, Stargate, Millipede, and Galaga. Out of all of them, Millipede was the only one that Atari actually owned, while the rest were licensed. Like Nintendo promised, the games were completed, but they commissioned the company Hale to develop them. The title screens were purposely made to resemble the ones from the 3 launch titles on the Famicom, with a black screen, the name of the game at the top, and a copyright at the bottom. The 4 games were supposed to be released by Christmas of 1983, which meant they would have been among the first Famicom games to be published. The music on the title screen was the same for all the games. Atari was credited at the bottom, with no mention of Hale or Nintendo. When the games were released in the US, though, this wasn't the case. Let's take a look at each game individually and try to figure out why Atari chose these franchises to represent the Famicom. In Joust, you play as a knight who must destroy the enemies by jumping on their heads. If you land on them, they drop an egg, which you have to grab in time, or else they will hatch into a new enemy. If you land anywhere but their heads, you lose a life. The biggest challenge comes from the controls, because your character is very slippery and cannot turn around easily. You play on the same level, but as you make it further in the game, the layout will change slightly. The US version has a new title screen, and the graphics have more color and detail. Otherwise, the gameplay is exactly the same. The American version does look better, but both iterations are fantastic arcade ports. Stargate is a horizontally scrolling shooter where you must destroy all the enemies to beat the level. Humanoids are located at the bottom, and you must keep them from being captured. If they succeed in capturing one, they'll become faster and more powerful. You have a basic weapon, a rocket bomb that kills everything on the screen, but they're only temporary. You can enter the Stargates, which bring you to a different location on the map. The game was released in the US under the name Defender 2. Unlike the Japanese version, you can actually see the amount of lives and bombs you have during the gameplay. The graphics are also slightly better. Millipede is a fixed shooter where you must destroy the millipede to advance the mushrooms, which act as barriers. The more there are, the less time it takes for the millipede to millipede. The spiders are one of the toughest enemies because they constantly block your path and the movement patterns are unpredictable. The US version made an unnecessary change to the graphics. Instead of plain blue, the status bar was given a green checkerboard pattern, which looks ugly. Even on original hardware, it doesn't look great. Nonetheless, this is one of the best versions of the game on a home console. It looks nearly identical to the arcade original. It's unclear why Atari chose these games he represented on the Famicom because none of them, except Galaga, are overly popular. Why not Pac-Man or Space Invaders? I also wonder why more of their own properties didn't get developed, like Asteroids, Missile Command, or Breakout. Their choice to only publish these games might be because they want to save them for a future console, or maybe because of licensing issues. The console design might look familiar because the shell was eventually reused for the 2600 Junior. Just imagine if we got this instead of the iconic toaster design of the NES. Unfortunately, there were a few factors that led to the agreement between Atari and Nintendo not happening. The first problem was that at the 1983 Consumer Electronics Show, Coleco showcased Donkey Kong running on the Atom computer, which was against the licensing agreement. Coleco was only allowed to publish Donkey Kong on consoles, not computers. Atari was not happy with this, which was the main reason they didn't sign an agreement with Nintendo. Another issue was Ray Kassar's departure from Atari. The company wasn't doing well financially to the point where Kassar himself tried to sell his share of the company illegally, which resulted in him being fined. Kassar made some questionable decisions as CEO of Atari, like focusing more on licenses and deadlines instead of actual quality. Atari had zero quality control over what games were being released on their consoles. Many inappropriate and mediocre games were flooding the market, and consumers never knew what they were actually getting. These
Yeah, I unlocked the new mouse.
video games meaning they weren't profitable anymore. With no one buying consoles or games anymore, Atari Inc. was in financial trouble, which led to Kassar resigning. With the CEO no longer being with the company and the US video game market in shambles, Nintendo considered releasing the Famicom themselves instead of working with Atari. They tried showing off their console in American stores, but they quickly realized that the US market wasn't interested in video games. This is where the idea came from to market the NES as a toy instead of a video game console. They made changes to the name, appearance, and lineup of games to make it more appealing to the US audience. It turns out, Nintendo didn't need Atari at all to release their console in the US. This is where the story ends with Atari's involvement with the Famicom, but back in August, an unbelievable discovery was made. While the agreement between Atari and Nintendo didn't pan out, the games were still developed and released, although much later than originally planned. There was one game that was not, though: Galaga. In fact, we didn't even know about this game's existence until August of 2025 when Frank Cifaldi revealed it at PAX West. The reason that Galaga was never released was because by the time HAL published Atari's arcade ports, Namco already released their own version of the Famicom. There's no point in having two versions of the same game. For those who don't know, NES games contain a program chip and a graphics chip. The program chip, called CHR, contains the actual code, while the graphics chip, called PRG, contains the graphics of the game. We have both the CHR and PRG ROMs for the three released Atari games, but we don't have the graphics for the Galaga prototype. To make the game playable, a PRG ROM was recreated using graphics from the arcade version of Galaga. What we see here might not have been what the game originally looked like. Let's try it out and see if it's better than Namco's version. The first thing I noticed right away is that the background doesn't move vertically like it should. Maybe it did with the original graphics chip, but I assume it's the CHR ROM that's supposed to handle that. Your score and lives are actually shown above the gameplay instead of on the side like Namco's version. It actually reminds me of the Famicom version of Galaxian, which did the same thing. There's a few odd gameplay differences. For whatever reason, the enemies that are already in formation don't move back and forth. When you lose one of your ships, you're locked in place temporarily. You're also locked in place if you rescue one of your ships. The hit detection is invulnerable. The projectiles will go right through enemies, and I had trouble hitting them even with 2 ships. The green enemies turn blue when you hit them, but they still appear green when they're in formation. Again, I assume this is an issue with the game code, not the graphics, because the enemies are blue when moving around. Namco's version is much more complete. The background is animated, and the enemies move back and forth like they should. The hit detection is more like the arcade version, and there's no graphical inconsistencies. The only limitation is the choppy movement of the enemies, which is understandable because they had to use background graphics to keep them from flickering. Hale's version of Galaga is basically a rundown version of the one that was released. This is a prototype though, which means the final version might have been improved. It's also unknown how it would have looked graphically since we don't have the PRG ROM, but I don't see why they wouldn't have just copy-pasted the sprites from the arcade game. Between both versions, Namco's is clearly the best. If Atari was in charge of the Famicom in the US, there most likely would have been some key differences. The console would have been released a couple years sooner, right around the video game crash. Nintendo most likely wouldn't have created the Virtual System cabinet, which was a way to lure consumers into video games. We might have gotten more games by Atari, as they would have become a developer for the Famicom. Atari probably would have been more lenient with game developers, allowing them to create as many games as they wanted, and not looking over the games that were being released. Because the console would have been released during the video game crash, the Famicom most likely wouldn't have sold well. There would have been more low quality and inappropriate games, just like the 2600 had. With the Famicom being a commercial failure in the US, Nintendo wouldn't have had as much of an impact in the region. Maybe they would have given up on the US market completely. Basically, the partnership would have most likely been a disaster.
Arcade. Okay.
If you made it this far in the video, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button right there. And do you think a Nintendo console by Atari would have been successful? Have you played any of the games mentioned in this video? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching. You're probably familiar with some of Atari's franchises like Asteroids, Centipede, Missile Command, and so on. You see these get released on compilations all the time, but you never see Paperboy, Marble Madness, or Gauntlet on any Atari collections. These were all made by Atari, right? Let's take a look. What's going on? It's Poacher coming at you with another video. Okay, we're going to be talking about Atari games today. If that sounds interesting to you, hit that subscribe button right there. I'm trying to see if it's possible to hit 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Only you can help me get there. And we have an amazing community in our Discord server. If you want to be a part of it, just go to discord.poacher.net. I'll also put the direct link right in the description. Okay, we're gonna waste no time. Let's get started.
7. I got 7 play.
Might be familiar with Tengen, who made a bunch of unlicensed games on the NES. Many people consider them to be Atari, but is that really the case? Let's start from the beginning. Atari Incorporated, or Atari Inc., had some initial success with the 2600. After securing the license to Space Invaders, they released a version that you could play at home. Given the popularity of Space Invaders in the arcade, it became one of Atari's best-selling games. The 2600, which was originally struggling, became a bestseller. This would establish the console as a way that you could play arcade games at home. From here, Atari would start prioritizing licensed properties, whether it was a popular arcade game or a well-known cartoon character. Consumers were more likely to buy a game if it has a Mickey Mouse on the cover or if it's based on a well-known arcade game. Unfortunately, this would lead to some mistakes. Atari Inc. secured the license to Pac-Man, which should have been a project they took their time on, but instead they rushed. The main developer, Todd Fry, was only given a short amount of time to make this game. Atari also didn't allow him to use an 8 KB cartridge, which would have given it more breathing room. The result is a game that barely resembles Pac-Man. was one of the most successful arcade games of all time, you would think Atari would have prioritized this game, but apparently not. It seemed like Atari had a quantitative approach with their games. It was all about meeting deadlines, obtaining licenses, and cutting costs whenever possible, instead of a game that was actually good. It wasn't just Pac-Man either. Consumers were losing interest in video games in general because they didn't know what they were getting. Imagine buying a game because it's based on your favorite movie, and then finding out that the developers rushed it in 5 weeks. The video game crash was a period in 1983 and 1984 where video games were not profitable at all because consumers were losing interest in them. Some of Atari's practices, like focusing on quantity over quality, has a lot to do with why the crash happened in the first place. With video games not selling anymore, Atari was not doing well financially. As a result, the owner of Atari, Warner Communications, sold the consumer products division to Jack Tramiel, who would rename the company Atari Corporation. Atari Corporation had a whole new team of employees who sold all the sponsor rights to the Atari name, and they got all of Atari's assets. Warner Communications held down to the arcade division along with employees from Atari Inc. because the arcade was still making money. This new company, called Atari Games, didn't have access to any of Atari's IPs like Asteroids or Centipede, so if they wanted to publish any games, they would have to start from scratch. There was an agreement between Warner Communications and Jack Tramiel where Atari Games always had to put games after Atari to differentiate it from Atari Corporation. They also had to go under a completely different name should they ever
What
choose
do you
to
think of the things that they all
come
did?
with NES games under names again. Their first game was actually created before the company Atari Games was officially formed, Marble Madness. The game had an interesting development history with many different ideas that were being built on. It was originally going to be a tie-in to Michael Jackson's Thriller, but that ended up not happening. The lead developer, Mark Kearney, originally wanted a miniature golf type of game, but later on, it would become a game where you could control the ball directly.
People keep asking, how do we actually get an animation? I want to do it in 60 seconds. First, tell Wendy what you need. We're creating an agent and naming him Tony. Now it's giving context. I'm giving Tony access to development board. Let's say quarterly project, company strategy, and yearly KPIs. Now we have permissions for what we want him to know, but we still control, and of course, every decision has to go. Now we let Tony get to work. He goes with project plan, tasks, and timelines. Then assigns owners based on current capacity and skill set. No code, no consultants, just execution. That's it. 60 seconds work, and my team has an always-on partner for everything.
Marble Madness was actually
This game is so good.
assembly because it was easier, but it meant that the final game would only run at 30 FPS instead of 60. It's an isometric platformer where you must reach the finish line before the time runs out. The sooner you finish, the more bonus time you get on the next level. If you fall from too high of a point or get hit by an enemy, you lose some time. You only get one life, so if you run out of time, it's an automatic game over. Not even an extra coin will let you continue. Even though it's only isometric, the 3D perspective is very convincing, and the graphics overall are well done. The game is super challenging. The enemies will purposely try to ram you off stage or delay your journey. The controls are slippery, so it's hard to keep yourself on stage and not fall off by accident. Nonetheless, it's still a fun experience and a unique idea for a game. The NES version was actually developed by Rare instead of Atari Games. I'm honestly surprised at how well this one turned out. The 3D perspective still looks very good, and the controls feel similar to the arcade version, even though that one used a trackball. I didn't think a game like this would be possible on the NES, but I was wrong. In February of 1985, Atari Games released Paperboy. The concept was originally thought of by the game designer Dave Reltson, who used to deliver papers when he was a kid. The original game was going to feature more goofy characters like ghosts, ducks in business outfits, and giant snails, but the game was not well received because it wasn't a realistic environment. The developers would change the characters to ones that you would typically see in a suburban area, like kids playing on the street and people driving. The control scheme was an actual bicycle, which made you feel like you were really the paperboy. You play as a young man who must deliver those papers to every subscriber on your route. You can pick between 3 routes at the beginning, which vary in difficulty. You can slow down and speed up, but you're always moving forward, so you can't make a complete stop. Crashing into anything is an automatic death, and if you miss any of your customers, they will unsubscribe. If that's not enough, you only have a limited number of newspapers, but you can collect more throughout the stages. The biggest challenge is the one-hit deaths. The streets are filled with obstacles, and just one collision is death. The controls are slippery too, so it can be hard to see spaces. I always admired the 3D isometric graphics, and how much detail and personality the new room has. Doesn't this guy look like Bill Dauterive? Overall, this is easily one of Atari Games' best titles. The NES version is actually one of the first US developed games, although not by Atari Games. Outside of a minor graphical downgrade, it looks and plays similar to the original. Even the diagonal scrolling remains, which is not something the NES can do easily. The controls are actually a little better. Not as slick and it's easier to handle. Overall, it's surprising how well the version came out. Here's a more obscure game, Peter Pac-Man. It's a platform where we must collect every object and bring them back to the starting point. The more items you bring at a time, the more points you get. This looks like it would have very clunky controls, but it actually doesn't. You can drop down to any platform without taking damage or dying. You can also jump very high, and you can descend at an angle instead of...
This game is so good.
This is not a typical early 80s arcade game that has clunky controls. You have a projectile weapon that stuns the enemies. If you hit the birds or bats, you can ride them to whatever location you want. You die in one hit, and when you do, you drop all your items in that exact location. My only complaint is the graphics. In some stages, it's hard to tell where the platforms actually are, and I don't like the color scheme they picked for most of the stages. I complimented the controls earlier, but the jumping could still be better. You can jump very high, but only straight up. You can only perform very short hops when moving left or right. This makes some platforms out of reach. I actually found this to be an enjoyable game, but the controls could have been improved a bit. Unfortunately, this game was only ported over to a few home computers, no consoles. Sometimes Atari took a concept and made it their own, like with Road Blasters, a driving game where you must reach the finish line before running out of gas. Unlike your typical racing game, though, you can shoot down opposing vehicles with your cannon. This is a cool concept because in other racing games, the opposing vehicles are normally an obstacle you have to drive around, but here you can destroy them. Some cars cannot be destroyed, though. Similar to Paperboy, you can pick between 3 stages, which vary in difficulty. The road has a nice looking 3D effect, and your vehicle has more frames of animation than I typically see in a racing game. Road Blasters had a promotion where if you completed all 50 levels, you could receive a free Road Blasters t-shirt. Matchbox also had a line of toys that were inspired by Road Blasters. Pit Fighter is another unique game in this genre. It's not your typical fighting game. Instead of being confined to left and right movements, you're able to freely move in all directions. The controls are basic, where you can punch, kick, and perform a special move. You can pick between a few different characters, which all have their own abilities. There's items scattered throughout the stage that you can use against your opponent. The biggest challenge is the fact that your health is not replenished in between fights. You also only get... The game doesn't impressive graphically. It utilizes scaling, which gives the illusion of 3D graphics, and it was one of the first fighting games to use digitized sprites. It's not the best fighting game in the world, but it's unique. Unfortunately, many of the console ports, like the SNES one, were downgraded heavily. The 3D scaling has been removed, and now the screen only moves horizontally. The sprites and background graphics have been shrunk down, and it looks pathetic. Would you want to play this? I do gotta be fair, though. Outside of using Mode 7, I don't know how they could have made this on the Super Nintendo. One of Atari Games' titles would be a controversial. The game Tetris was originally created by Alexei Pajitnov in 1984. With the huge popularity of the game, it would be licensed to numerous companies throughout Europe and the US. With the license at hand, Atari Games published Tetris in the arcade. Surprisingly, the game was developed without the source code of the original Tetris, so it had to be completely remade from the ground up. It's Tetris, but with some cool innovations. Instead of an endless mode where the pieces are faster, the game is divided into rounds. By completing a certain amount of lines, you advance to the next round. There's 3 different game modes which vary in difficulty. I'm not sure why Atari Games was so obsessed with having 3 different game modes in every single one of their games. In the medium mode, you start off with garbage on the playfield that's supposed to throw you off. In the hard mode, a random block will be added every few turns that could mess you up. The most innovative feature is the ability to play 2 players, which was not a thing in the original Tetris. There's no garbage in this mode, but you race to see who's able to complete the level the quickest. Basically, Atari Games took Tetris and added some original features. It's a cool game. Atari Games ported over their version of Tetris to the NES, but not without some controversy. Like I mentioned before, they weren't allowed to use the Atari Games name for home consoles, so they created the company Tengen. The name might be different, but it's still the exact same company. Atari Games, or Tengen, didn't like Nintendo's policies, so they published games without their consent. This is why their cartridges look so much different from a typical NES one. The NES port of Tetris actually did add some more features. You can play against the CPU, and there's even a cooperation mode where you and the computer can play. field. Round, you play endlessly until you lose, and it gets faster as you progress. You can also turn pieces both clockwise and counterclockwise, which was not a feature in Tengen's original version. The NES did come out a few months after the arcade one, and it looks like Tengen did make some improvements in that time. Unfortunately, Tengen would get in some legal trouble with Nintendo over this game. When Tetris was originally licensed out, it was unclear whether that license included publication on home consoles. When Tengen obtained the license to Tetris, they published the NES game, thinking that they were allowed to. Nintendo, going behind Tengen's back, went through the proper means and was able to secure the console license, this time for real. After a legal battle, Nintendo ended up winning the case, and Tengen was forced to withdraw all their copies of Tetris from stores. In April of 1996, Atari Games went up for sale. The former CEO of Atari Inc., Nolan Bushnell, tried to bid on the company, but was unsuccessful. Just imagine if the company went back in its hands almost 20 years after resigning. Atari Games would end up being sold to WMS Industries. The company happened to own Midway, and they decided to merge the two companies under the name Midway Games. In 2009, that company filed for bankruptcy, and most of Atari Games' assets were sold to Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment, who currently has the rights to them today. This is why we don't see Paperboy, Marble Madness, or Atari Collection, because the rights to those properties went into the wrong hands. Arcade 1-Up did strike a deal with Warner Brothers to publish some of Atari Games' titles, but otherwise, Warner Brothers has basically been sitting on these games and not doing anything with them. If the present-day Atari Interactive owned these properties, you bet they would have released these on Atari 50 or a different collection by now. If you made it this far,
Again, like that.
a speed run is when you try to beat a game as fast as possible. This normally means you have to play through the entire game and beat the final boss, but technically, as long as you reach the credits, that's how you beat the game. You would be surprised at how many games allow you to work precise missions. Let's take a look at a few examples. Messy. Come at you with seconds. That sounds like a hit that subscribe button right there. We are very close to 6,000 subscribers at this point. 1,000 away. Only you can help us get there. Check out our Discord server, discord.mojo.net. We're gonna waste no time. Let's get started. Many older games have a basic glitch called arbitrary code execution, where you're essentially adding your own code to the game. And by performing a glitch where you crash the game, you can sometimes inject additional code with controller inputs.
The easiest way to explain this is with MySQL code. What's inside of the quotes is normally what the user puts in, but this can be abused if they know what they're doing. If the user inputs a quotation mark themselves, they can insert additional code, which allows them to perform tasks they should be able to. I thought it would be cool to go over a few examples of games that can be beaten with glitches like these. Let's get started. Number 1. Super Mario World is a very long game with 7 levels or 96 exits. By exits, I mean that's how many ways there are to complete altogether. The levels that are marked as orange have 2 different exits you can take. If you want to 100% the game, you have to go through the level both ways. My favorite category is the next 5 exits no run because you're not allowed to use the most broken power up in the game. The reason it's only 95 exits is because one of the exits is not the game. The developers don't require you to beat the level. In fact, there's Star World, which lets you warp to later stages. You can unlock the Star World as early as one of playing, which is only the 7th world. From here, you have to play the Star Wars level, and then go to the Bowser Castle. With Star World, you can beat the game in less than 10 minutes, but there's actually one way you can beat the game quicker. In fact, you can do it right from the first level, thanks to a glitch involving Yoshi. There are certain items that Yoshi can eat that affect Mario, like the mushroom or fire flower. Yoshi is the one that eats it, but Mario is the one that turns big or becomes Fire Mario. Oddly, it doesn't affect Mario in a good way if they're eaten by Yoshi, and there's a way for Yoshi to make that happen. If you touch a coin while licking it at the same time, whatever spawns on the screen next will be placed in Yoshi's tongue. By licking a coin right before a charging Chuck enters the room, you can make the game warp straight to the credits. The record holder, Furious, was able to use this glitch to complete the game in 41 seconds. I never would have thought this game could have been completed in less than a minute. Number 2. Not only is Castlevania 3 a long game, but there's multiple ways you can beat it. You start off as Trevor Belmont, but you can unlock 3 other characters depending on what path you take. Before 2020, not many techniques have been discovered, so speedruns were basic. But there was one gigantic glitch that was discovered. It's possible to dislocate yourself from the stairs, which lets you roll freely across the stage. If you take Alucard's path, there's a stage where you can use the glitch to walk out of bounds. Because you're not supposed to access these screens, the graphics are nothing more than jumbled garbage. If you travel far enough through the glitchy screens and then die, the game will warp you to the final stage. From here, you can take the rest of the game on normal. It's not completely understood why the game warps you to the final stage, but it's believed that when you're in these rooms full of stage, memory values and places of memory that are not accessed. This could explain why random things happen when you're in these glitchy rooms. For example, the game will keep forgetting what character you're playing as. Your lives will be updated to 0, despite having some lives when you enter the glitchy rooms. You'll also notice enemies and bosses that are not supposed to appear until later in the game. This glitch is a little bit different from the others, because it doesn't actually warp you to the credits. You do have to complete the final stage and beat Dracula, but it does save a ton of time. The fastest completion of the game that doesn't use the glitch is 25 minutes and 42 seconds using Alucard, but it was completed in 14 minutes and 49 seconds using the glitch by JC.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing any code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder.
Oh, the mouse are really good.
The need for making the app is clear. Why not build an app with the endless app extensions? So let's make it. Send the draft to all apps like ChatGPT. Everything is laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. Same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea.
Number 3. Pokemon Red and Blue are complicated games to speedrun because a lot of things are out of your control. The opponent doesn't always go for the same move, and they might get a critical hit on you. If you're playing glitchless, the best strategy is to use Nidoking for the entire game early on. By not using any other Pokemon, Nidoking will level high enough to be able to withstand whatever the game throws at you. The reason that Nidoking is preferred over your starter is because it can learn more TMs like Thunderbolt and Blizzard. If you pair this with Earthquake and a one-hit knockout move Horn Drill, you can clear out the entire Elite Four with very little issues. If glitches are allowed, there's a completely different strategy to getting through the game. I don't completely understand how it works, but I'll try to explain it the best I can. You have to give your trainer a specific name, as it's important for getting the glitch to work. The beginning starts out the same, where you pick a starter, fight the rival, and then deliver Oak's parcel. From there, you must catch a Spearow. When going through Bug Forest, it's possible to avoid wild Pokemon encounters depending on what area of the grass you walk on. You're supposed to encounter a Pikachu right in front of a trainer and then die to a Thundershock. By re-entering Bug Forest, you'll be prompted to fight that trainer you previously avoided along with a second train. The final step is to battle this bug catcher and then beat him. If done correctly, you'll warp straight to the credits. With this glitch, you can beat the game in about 12 minutes. Don't hit up fight the gym leaders. Normally in this game, you have to earn all the gym badges, fight team 4, and then fight your rival. But what if I told you there's a way to complete the game where you can use the game, text will appear at the bottom advising you to if you do anyway, your save file might become corrupted. It just so happens this is the fastest way to beat the game as fast as possible. If you immediately save as soon as the game begins, but then turn off the console before it completes, all of your Pokemon and items will be filled with garbage data. By switching the garbage Pokemon and items to the right place, you can manipulate the memory and redirect the game straight to the ending. By doing this, you don't have to battle a single Pokemon or even pick a starter. The fastest completion of the game is 1 minute and 17 seconds by Grogire. Number 4. Kirby's Adventure is normally a long game with 7 worlds, 4 plus stages in each of them, and a final boss at the end. The game can be completed a little faster thanks to the UFO glitch. For those who don't know, if you touch an enemy while pressing select at the same time, you can keep the UFO ability for the entire game and bring it with you. Not only gives you better mobility, but more power, which is useful for the boss. Despite that, it's still a very long game, and the world record being 36 minutes and 58 seconds by sheer ability. There's no way of beating the game without even having to complete Stage 1, though. There's a few ways that Kirby's able to clip in the walls, which allows him to access areas he's not supposed to. If you clip inside of a wall and use the stone ability near the water, you can warp straight to the credits. The reason this happens is because Kirby is not normally able to use the stone ability underwater. Because you're accessing the water from a different location than the top, the game allows you to do it, which causes it to crash. The world record using this glitch is 39.130 seconds by Rainbows. Number 5.
Baby, no.
Super Mario Land 2 is normally a fairly long game where you have to complete 6 worlds with multiple stages in each of them. There's a glitch that allows you to get around that, though.
Seriously, because you're grounded.
If you purposely die while going down a pipe, you'll be pushed out of bounds next time you play a level because you're going down a pipe as far as the game is concerned. Because you're in an area the developers didn't intend you to go, the screen is nothing more than a jumbled mess, but you can use this to warp to the ending. To my understanding, each block of the level represents a byte in memory. Levels are typically stored within a certain range of memory, but if you use the pipe glitch to get out of bounds, you can manipulate the other parts of the memory that you're not supposed to be able to. If you travel down far enough and reach a specific block, you'll manipulate the required part of the memory that will trigger the ending when you re-enter the stage. The game can normally be completed in a little more than 20 minutes, but with the pipe glitch, the speedrunner Contastic was able to beat it in 2 minutes and 29 seconds. But apparently that's not good enough, because years later, an even faster way to complete the game was discovered. If you repeatedly pause the game while there's too many enemies on the screen, random blocks will be created above your head. It seems minor, but it was discovered that you can use this pause glitch to execute code. To set it up, you have to grab a certain coin in the underground area on the first stage. Then you have to grab a shell and bring it towards the end of the stage. With multiple Koopas on the screen, if you throw a shell and pause multiple times, you'll warp straight to the ending. With this glitch, the game was completed in 55 seconds by CBV, which is the current world record. Number 6. The original strategy to beat Super Mario Bros. 3 was by collecting 2 whistles, warping to World 8, and then completing the rest of the game normally. The current world record is 10 minutes and 40 seconds by Most Definitely Albert. Kudo 1K had the world record for the longest time, but it was beaten over a week ago. You're probably no longer there's a new strategy. Number 1, it's possible to make the screen move down much further than intended, which causes the game to execute instructions that it's not supposed to. You can manipulate this by spawning certain enemies on the screen. When looking at a speedrun, it just looks like they're messing around, but every one of these actions is important for getting the glitch to work.
The final step is to enter the pipe backwards, which will make the screen move down. If done right, the game will eventually warp between planets, although it does take a while. While it is the fastest way for a human to beat the game, it's slower than other examples on this list. You do have to play through the first few levels normally to get the warp whistles before you reach 7-1. In 2019, a new glitch was discovered that lets you warp straight to the ending from the title screen, making it one of the shortest speedruns in history, but from what I understand, it's impossible for humans to perform. The world record using the 7-1 trick is 3 minutes flat by Kudo1K.
That's not bad.
It was lost media. This means that there's no way to play the game, and there's limited information about it. We might have screenshots or even videos, but 99% of games that you grew up with have been dumped, but there's a few these ones are not. Let's take a look at a few examples. What's going on? It's Foden coming in here with another video. We're going to be talking about some lost media games today. That sounds like fun to you. Hit that subscribe button right there. If you want to be part of a fun little community, just go to our Discord server, discord.motor.net. Alright, we're going to waste no time. Let's get started. Why does it matter whether Iran has been dumped or not? Well, it's important to preserve history, just like you go to an ancient artifact at a museum. There's an entire video game preservation community that specializes in finding older media so that it can be saved. 99% of released games have been dumped, but there's a few prototypes and more obscure games that still have not been found. Over the list of a few examples. Let's get started. Nintendo and Rare had a long-standing relationship and developed numerous games together, like Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong 64. The partnership helped bring new life to a franchise that was previously sat on. In the early 2000s, Rare was working on a puzzle game called Donkey Kong Country. It's a Tetris-style game where you try to piece on archaeological plate fields. Footage, we can see that there's multiple difficulty settings, and the levels do get more complex. A playable demo of the game was made, and flyers show that a release was planned, but there is one event that prevented it from being released. In September of 2002, Microsoft bought Rare, which meant that many projects that the company was working on would be cancelled, including this game. While it would never see the light of day, Rare did repackage the concept under the name It's Mr. Pants, which is a very similar puzzle game. Unfortunately, Coconut and all we have is this video. Number 2. The company Gaming Design, who was going to make the Grand Theft Auto series, SNES game based on the Kirby series. The setting would take place years before, when Kirby was a kid, hence the name of the game, Kid Kirby. Instead of a typical platformer, the game would have used the Super Nintendo mouse to pick up Kirby and launch him throughout the stage. We do have some concept art, including a picture of young Kirby and young DDD. We also have what it looked like, and even a layout of some of the stages. All of these things were uploaded by Mike Daly. Unfortunately, Nintendo didn't like the progress of the game and would end up canceling it. It's also believed it might have been canceled because of how obscure the Super Nintendo mouse was. A demo of the game was produced, but according to Mike Daly, it got lost over time. There's never been any gameplay screenshots or videos of Kid Kirby in action. Because not even the developer knows what happened to it, it's looking very unlikely that a ROM of this game will ever be found. Number 3. Mega Man was originally a series of 6 games on the NES. Capcom also published 5 games on the Game Boy, versions of the NES games. In 2004, Capcom published Mega Man Anniversary Collection, which contains Mega Man 1 through 8. When the game was first announced, Capcom also mentioned a Game Boy Advance version that would include the Game Boy game. It was originally titled Mega Man Mania, but it was later renamed Mega Man Anniversary Collection, just like the console version. Some screenshots of the game were shown in promotions, and we can see it would have featured colorized graphics. While the console version saw a release on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, the Game Boy Advance version kept getting delayed over and over again. It was rumored that Capcom didn't have a copy of any of the Game Boy games, so they had to recreate them from scratch. That's never been confirmed. It was also speculated that the collection was moving over. Never confirmed this. Unfortunately, the game would end up being canceled for an unknown reason. Because of these screenshots, we know that a prototype does exist, but it's never been found. Number 4. Codemasters was a game company that
It's really good, yeah. Relatively quiet on my phone.
The Atlantic Deck Enhancer was a separate add-on that could play its own line of games. The device contained prerequisite code that did some of the legwork for the games. The add-on in 2006, GameCube, PS2, Xbox, and Windows, but they were also planning on releasing a Game Boy Advance version. This might seem unrealistic when looking at the console version. I don't picture a game like this turning out well on the Game Boy Advance, but there's a few ways that Sega could pull it off. You could go for a Mode 7 racing game where the stages are completely flat and all the objects are 2D sprites. The GBA can handle 3D graphics, but not particularly well. Sega commissioned the company Backbone Entertainment to develop the Game Boy Advance version. Style game with 3D sprites, which the console was able to handle. The title screen of the game was created, as well as a checkered flag animation, but there was one big hurdle that prevented the game. Sega of Japan wanted more 3D elements. Mario and friends and all the in Mario Kart World. Join Mario on a vast 3D adventure in Super Mario Odyssey. Join Yoshi in his new adventure in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Or embark on interstellar escapades in Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Nintendo Switch 2 is the home of Mario and friends. Number 6. Donkey Kong was Nintendo's first major success in the gaming industry, but it's surprising that they seem to drop the character after a few games. The first two games were ported over numerous times, but Donkey Kong himself wasn't showing up in any newer games. He wouldn't get his own standout game until 1994 when Donkey Kong on the Game Boy and later on Donkey Kong Country came out. Mario, on the other hand, was still getting his own games, but it seemed like Bowser took over Donkey Kong's spot as the antagonist. With how successful the series was, why was there a huge gap in between Donkey Kong games? Well, actually, Nintendo was planning on releasing a new Donkey Kong game on the NES. It was first mentioned in the official Nintendo Player's Guide in 1987. The article doesn't go into too much detail, but we know that Donkey Kong is the main protagonist, and the title would have been Return of Donkey Kong. The game was also mentioned in the fifth issue of the Nintendo Funko Mega Game, where it implies barrel, just like the original.
Obviously, we're gonna go to the toilet.
Unfortunately, not much is known about the game. Nintendo never released any screenshots, and we have no idea whether it would have been a Mario-style platformer or something closer to the original Donkey Kong. I would have been curious to see what his sprite would have looked like. Donkey Kong always appeared so large in the game, so I imagine it would have been difficult to make a sprite out of him without flickering. It's unknown how far in development Return of Donkey Kong was, whether it was canceled before it began, or if there's a work around there. Either the game is lost media, or there's no media to be found. Number 7. When Atari Incorporated was going through financial issues, it was broken up into two companies.
I'm dead.
The games were well-known games like Paperboy, arcade games that didn't see the light of day. In 1996, Atari Games was working on an arcade game featuring Beavis and Butthead. The game used 3DO hardware, and you could tell when looking at the graphics. Instead of a typical beat-em-up that only scrolled left and right, the game moved in all kinds of directions. Because it's a Beavis and Butthead game, there's a lot of digitized voices, which I feel is a requirement considering some of the iconic lines of the TV show. It does seem like developers put in a good effort.
I farted. Please, we're everything. Maria, yeah, that's me.
Ultimately, it's their choice whether they want to provide the ROM to the public because they do why. Because they want to be the only people in the world that has access to provide ROM. It's not like they still have the original arcade machine. Even though it's technically still lost media, I still hold on to hope that the ROM will be dumped eventually. If you made it this far in the video, do me a favor and which one to see it dumped. Or they're going to get off. Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching. Now, here's the Creon Conquest. Looks similar, right? The company behind this game made several titles that were strikingly similar, if not complete rip-offs, of well-established games. Were these games actually rip-offs, or did they have some originality? And were these games any good? Let's take a look.
What?
What's going on? Coming at you with another video. Alright, you know what I'm going to say. If you want to join our Discord server, just go to discord.mojo.net. We got over 800 members.
Okay, let's talk about Dick Sakai.
I got it.
Data processing.
No, I got it totally. I got
They
it
initially
more.
developed arcade games for Sega, but they would quickly move over to home consoles. The company made games for various consoles, including the NES, Master System, Genesis, and more. They also had a wide variety of genres like platformers and shoot 'em ups. Some of their games were somewhat original, while many were
Just get up and move around a bit more. The hokey cokey. And here now. And tomorrow. No, not the dog too. Yeah, right. Ah, what a great thing. You've got 2 cups that you can share with people.
heavily inspired by other games. Some of them seem like shameless ripoffs. Let's take a look at a bunch of them. Their first game was a Gina's Prophecy on the Famicom. It's a horizontally scrolling.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Do these things be. What's that kid? Do these things.
Oh man, you guys know all about Timu. You're the first fanciest I've ever seen. It looks like I ate a choking five to literally that. Okay, I thought the fancy guys for my Switch 2 that I could find, and in this video, we'll just out and see if I behind me. We'll start with the package in the middle. First of all, we have full. I'm really excited to see if it actually does. Here we have a little game card on. Dumping this crap out. We've got what appears to be a little toaster oven for, I guess, just for fun with really crappy writing on it. that did not come out very well. Okay, guys, got ourselves a handy dandy little Switch game for Switch 1. So hopefully Switch 1 game works, not just the Switch 2 game as it says on the outside. And it looks like it's okay. Yeah, there's a little trigger action here, and it kind of just pops it out. Now, I was kind of hoping there was like a real spring action, like a real toaster oven. Let's go ahead and try this out for real. Okay, yeah, we got some height there. Okay, how high can we go, boys and girls? Let's try it. Oh yeah, there we go. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Let's go and pull out this cooling dock, though. Curious if this actually does anything. Now, I think I've heard of Adobe before. I dumped this thing out. I will note they did include their quality guarantee. That makes me feel a little better about my purchase. But let's go ahead and see what this thing can do. We got a little pamphlet here, which I'm not going to use. We got our cooling dock with some Adobe stuff on the front. We got maybe 3 fans and some fans on the bottom. Maybe they have RGB. That'd be kind of nice. Let's go ahead and, I don't know, I guess just what we can do. Now, it looks like we basically put this thing below the dock, I think. Sure enough, it kind of fits into place. Let's take out the console so I can take a closer look. And you can see it kind of just fits into place, and it's a nice little, it looks kind of nice in the bottom there. It's not amazing, but it has something to it. Now, first, there doesn't lock in like iPhone on Friday night, so you can see it kind of just, it kind of sits here and rocks around. That could definitely be an issue, especially once you throw the console in. Kind of flying out of place. Anyway, let's go ahead and try to plug this here, which appears to be the same spot this one's to plug into. So do I plug my, oh, there it is. Okay, so another USB port there. So our default dock port goes to the side like so, and then our cord from the Adobe goes into this thing back here, and boom, it's, I hear something. Okay, yep. Looking around to the front. Oh, baby, that honestly, that looks kind of slick. I like the nice subtle light on the bottom. It kind of scrolls through different colors there. Now, what is this fan exactly doing? Let me kind of check out the fan direction. Theoretically, what you got going on here is you got air being stuck to the bottom, shooting up, blasting through the Switch 2, and hopefully cooling it down a little bit. Does it do anything? It's kind of cool, I guess. I don't know what else there is to test there, but anyways, let's move on to our next console or accessory thing here, which I believe is this. See what we got here, and oh yeah, this is. Is that what we're calling this? We're calling to the dock, so I'm kind of curious if that actually.
Here I am. All right.
See if they actually stick to the device. I'll be pretty surprised if they do, but it's worth a try. So, kind of. I mean, there's a magnet in there, but it's very, very weak. Shake it a little bit, and well, actually, pulling in place a little better than I thought it would. Okay, we'll try our left wick on here. That'll stick in place. It does. Okay. I mean, that is very interesting. Let's go ahead and plug the little device in and see how it actually plugged in. And oh, yeah, that's light. Yo, I mean, it looks good except for the fact that it's
Well, it was cycling through really fast and then it stopped. So let's see what these buttons up top do. Okay, so the middle little button here, it looks like a fingerprint. It changes from blue to just some different colors here. I'll give credit here. These lights actually look pretty nice. I like the aesthetic. Now let's go ahead and see what these do. So we have green, red, green, green. I don't know if they're doing anything. They should both be charging. I think they're both charging. So yeah, I mean it says red charging, green is full. Wait. Oh, I see now. Okay, so symbols up top actually do line up. If you have the plus button on your right side, the right side's gonna be there. You have the minus button on your left side, so those need to line up. That makes sense. Now I got two more to try here and see how they actually match up. Now these Joy-Cons here are interesting, as you'll see in just a second. This came from TikTok, so I'm curious if they'll actually function correctly. Now we have a right one here, also on the right side. Here's the charging, and left one here on the left side. And now we got a fully charging dock. And honestly, it looks kind of like if I went over to a friend's house to play some Switch 2 and I saw this thing sitting on their side table or whatever, like I'd be impressed. I don't know, man. It's kind of cool. One thing I want to mention, guys, can you tell which Joy-Cons are real, which ones are fake? Pretty close, right? Especially these TikTok Joy-Cons I just pulled out. They were fake Joy-Cons, and you see by these four right here, they all look very similar. And like at first glance, it's kind of hard to tell. Really had to flip the back and see which ones don't have writing on them. So this one has Nintendo writing, as you can kind of see. This one does not. This one here is fake. And these two get Nintendo writing over here, but not over here. These two are fake. But two real. At first glance, they are pretty minimal. That's kind of weird. Oh, and I think what is this thing doing? It's like just kind of bust all around. Now, I'm going to start my last package here, which I think is actually the best one. You know what? It's extra last. Let's go ahead and get two more other things I want to say first. So actually, these continue like when the Switch 2 first came out, and these two are interesting as well. And they were pretty crappy, if I remember correctly. But I just want to pull them out and kind of test them out again and see how they compare to this other stuff I just pulled out. So we have again some more charging Joy-Con grip thing, whatever it's called, charging station.
Yeah.
We have a standing charging station for this one, and I believe both of these are supposed to be magnetic. So let's go ahead and see how accurate.
Really have experience.
Hadi What are they talking about? Sunday. Kindle.
The Bailey Astro hardware was typically better than its competition. If you compare side by side, the Astro wins. So why couldn't it be Atari? Let's take a look. And if you've seen a couple of my videos and you like what I do, hit the subscribe button right there. Anyway, let's talk about the Bailey Astro page. Four-player capability and an incredible 256 colors. Built-in music synthesizer.
And more right after that they're gonna do later on this week.
Hollywood commissioned Bailey midway to release it in the US, but they thought they could make the game even better. With some help from the company's Lighting Associates, they made a more graphically impressive version of Gunfight. This partnership would continue with future games like Word and Wizard of War. With the success of the Atari VCS, Bailey Midway had an idea. Why not use the video display chip in a home console? In 1977, they released the Bailey Home Library Computer. The console had a very low footprint in the beginning, only being sold via mail order. The console would eventually start showing up in smaller computer stores, but it never got the big commercial release that the Atari VCS did. Without many places to sell the console, that's obviously going to make it harder to succeed. By 1979, Bailey was losing interest in the arcade market anyway, so they would sell off their computer products division, meaning that the console was officially dead. But the story doesn't end there. In 1977, the company Authorship Resource created a home computer called the CyberBit 2001. This unit took its source from and had these bizarre 40-foot controllers. Unfortunately, poor marketing, increasing competition, and manufacturing issues prevented this console from getting much traction. It would end up being discontinued. Employees from Authorship Resource would resign and start a new company called Astrovision. The situation would end up with Bailey recently getting a console, this connection gave Astrovision another shot at launching a controls. The two companies worked on a deal and Bailey's system products division. This means that Astrovision now handles the marketing and just about everything else. Bailey's hardware and as part of the agreement, they would provide additional support if needed. Astrovision was also allowed to keep the Bailey name as a logo, despite them not being involved anymore. The console had a numeric keyboard built into it. This was handy for in-game menus. Speaking of which, this was a huge advantage over Atari. Every game starts off with an easy-to-read menu where you can choose what you wanted to play. The 2600 had 286 but just numbers. You don't know what any of them do outside of trial and error or the instruction manual. The controllers feature a small joystick that can also rotate for panel games. They're definitely strange looking compared to today's standards. The console was renamed several times. Bailey originally called it Activision would rename it and then finally with the upgrade. I like the idea of combining both companies. The hardware had those advantages over the hardware. The access to the portable RAM versus the Atari carry 4 kilobytes without bank switching. The Astro even had some games built in, unlike the Atari. Whenever you start a game, you're greeted to this menu. The bottom games are the included one, while the first option is whatever game you inserted in. From here, you go through a bunch of different options. Each game has different ways you can customize, whether it's how many players, maximum number of lives, how many laps you want to go, or the difficulty. The price for the console is significantly higher than the competition, $300. That's insane when you compare that the Atari was only $190. While the Astrocade was a home console and not a computer, Midway, while they still handled operations, was interested in building an add-on that would turn the Astrocade into a computer. This would have brought up the price of the Astrocade to $600. Bundled with the Astrocade. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big. Next idea. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base for you. Build it your way.
Thanks, Mommy's turning into a pumpkin baby.
That's one of my favorite things. You're grounded.
We need more crisps. We haven't got much on the morning tomorrow, have we? So I could pop out to the cold for walks. You could need some fresh bananas as well.
They think you're grounded for 5 months.
Right, it's a big time in this morning. No, no,
This character that is so good.
Customer ordered a milkshake at the Krusty Krab, but SpongeBob had it made one in each, and his attempt was a frozen disaster. The customer demanded a refund, and Mr. Krabs promised a proper milkshake the next day, but SpongeBob's milkshake license expired 7
Huh?
falling apart. Calls Patrick to help. Patrick ties Squidward's arms around the house like rope, but the house keeps crumbling. Then Patrick calls Sandy, but forgets to explain the problem. Sandy hears the wall falling and rushes over. Mr. Krabs shows up too, since SpongeBob is 2 hours late for work, and they all agree to rebuild the house. Sandy brings a high-tech robot that hammers nails automatically. Mr. Krabs carves a wooden statue of himself into the living room. Patrick starts randomly nailing planks into the wall. Everyone builds it their own way, and the house turns into a total mess. SpongeBob doesn't like it, but just stays quiet. Then he grabs a can of snail food, and the entire house collapses. SpongeBob gives up and calls the house. Then Gary fixes the same can. Inside is a fully SpongeBob games on PC. Do you ever wonder if someone SpongeBob and Patrick waiting that? No time, but still called the summarize.
We really need to switch to Monday CRM. It has built-in AI that can solve the calls for you.
Eu preparei isso, turma, como uma forma de retribuir.
Vamos fazer um piquenique.
Oh, they didn't the one of the other one.
Sanduíches para deitar. Frutas, sanduíches, escutas, identifica de fora. Diversão não tá aqui. Vamos celebrar. Diversão não tá aqui. Vamos celebrar. Souza Criações. Um sonho é criar para sempre. Já dá pra sentir. Como tá soltando pra gente divertir. Com toda a turma. Vamos cantar. Tem correr elegante, quadrilha pra rodar. Tem doce, tem bolo, tem também pipoca. Essa festa tá demais e não tem hora pra acabar. A noite mais animada já chegou. Esperei o ano inteiro a começou. Eu vou ter festa, linda na fogueira da sexta, que emoção. Eu faço linda na cada coração.
Ronaldo Souza Criações. Um sonho é criar pra sempre. He's approaching the goal, but can he deliver the good? Back of the net. What a finish! Deliveroo. Football. Eu iria passear e no telhado só pra te esperar. Daria pulinho pra te brincar de todo sonhar. Eu ia brilhar, gatinho, gatinho.
What was everything? Smell it to me.
One of Brazil. However, it's after. I'll really be more Echo the Dolphin or like Echo the Tide, the Tide, another Dolphin. I think the hard to control is one button. So like one button is the other button. You had to hit two buttons at the same time for your Echo location thing to like chat with the other dolphins and stuff like that. But nice because when you do that, then they also speak in Portuguese, which would make the most sense. There are some of these games like that Resident Evil game earlier where the words are still in English, so it's like whatever. But there you go. Good old Echo. Looking forward to seeing Echo come back. Oh, help me out on the pronunciation. Farias Prostradas do Pica Pico? Well, either way you call it, it's Woody Woodpecker. It's Woody Woodpecker. That's what they call Woody Woodpecker in Brazil. And I learned that too, where a lot of the names that we knew, like even Disney characters, have a different name in Brazil. But this is the Woody Woodpecker game that came out for the Master System as a Brazil exclusive. Interesting that it's a jumping mechanic, and you can't fly, you can't even float, and if you fall down a hole, that's it. Okay. This is not the NES game, the Solomon's Key 2. This is its own thing, and it just looks European for being a Brazil exclusive. Was this a Game Gear exclusive in the UK that they brought over to Brazil? I'm not sure. But you can't avoid that look, you can't avoid that feel, you can't avoid those mechanics. This game was definitely made by somebody in the UK. This is what I'm saying. Fire and Ice, why not? Mortal Kombat, I mean, still going strong. Mortal Kombat 3 it's fine. I mean, it's like, not the greatest. But Mortal Kombat 3 was also, in my opinion, not the greatest. But if you love Mortal Kombat, glad you had an option on the Sega Master System. Oh, good old X-Men. We have X-Men Mojo's World. Same thing as the Arena. the great characters from the X-Men. You got Wolverine, you got Rogue, you got Wolverine again. Yeah, you got Wolverine and Rogue for this one. So there's that. You both have your musical abilities. They say that, but not really, because Wolverine, all his ability is healing. But in video games, it was always like, oh, the more you use your cloud, the more the thing goes down. That's typically how it works. That's what this is Rogue. So you figure that it's super strong punches. No, not really. Your main ability is you can fly, and that's what you can do. So there you go. Here's your mojo of the world. Yeah, good old X-Men game. I just wanted this game up not too long ago. It's not international soccer. This is a Brazil exclusive. You play as the country. We don't play like Premier League, it's you play as just Brazil representing Brazil. Like you don't play as Sao Paulo. You don't play as Palmeiras. You don't play as Flamengo. You just play as. So that's fine. And the FIFA games have always been torch-berry standard when it comes to football games, for sure. Soccer, we call it here, yeah. It literally says FIFA International Soccer. But you know what I mean. You don't have to emblem. Is that how you say that? My goodness. Okay, this game just feels like it was made in Brazil. It wasn't a port. It wasn't a thing. It was a game from Brazil, made in Brazil. It is based on a TV show that came out back then. You're in this crazy house. You see grape juice. People are babies. You can play as Pedro or Biba. And something about going to the door with the light that flashes. And there we go. And, you immediately get drunk. And, I mean, that's kind of cool, but... Yeah, man, you're moving so slow in this game. Good luck to you and everyone who ever played this game. And Sitio do Pica-Pau Amarelo, so something about a yellow woodpecker. Pica-Pau, good luck to you and everyone who ever played this game growing up. And then Sitio do Pica-Pau Amarelo, so something about a yellow woodpecker. The graphics part looks cool. It just goes too quickly, though. And then when you play the game, it's literally the same mechanics. It's literally like the same controls and everything of that previous game. Except for this game, you have a slingshot. All right, that's good enough. Oh, Capcom can't go wrong. We got Street Fighter 2, kind of a truncated version of Street Fighter 2, 8 characters, but they also include some of the boss characters, which is kind of nice. No E-Honda, stuff like that, but they probably just chose, the more popular ones, I suppose. And not great, especially playing on a Master System controller, I'm sure, with that weird kind of square controller instead of the D-pad. Yeah, I wasn't able to pull off any moves. I'm playing as Ken, and I wasn't able to pull off any of my special moves, even button mashing. So sometimes a game like this, maybe button mashing is the way to go. It's not fair that the computer can pull off these quick moves easily without having to charge their moves or anything like that, and I can't. It's definitely rigged. That's coming from me. Taz in Escape from Mars. Fine. Well, the Tasmanian Devil has always been popular. For some reason, around this time, the Tasmanian Devil, had like a new cartoon, a new series, was on all the T-shirts and all that. So Tasmanian Devil, by itself, had a pretty good resurgence here. And they made a few games, including this one, which is interesting to see. Oh, here we go. Sonic Blast. Very cool. You can choose a Sonic or Knuckles in Sonic Blast, and it's just a Sonic the Hedgehog style game. So nothing wrong with that. Plays like any other Sonic the Hedgehog style game, but on the Sega Master System. So, although Sonic was already available on the Sega Master System, it was here in the US, but the Master System was a Sonic the Hedgehog game. But this one extended that with Sonic Blast available. So you're collecting all the Sonic games. Don't miss out on this one. Virtual Fighter Animation is the name of this game. Virtual Fighter Animation. They used to have a little bit of a storyline when you're doing the storyline.
I'll go back to that part of his game in the last hour.
With me in Virtual Fighter,
Yes.
I've always liked the game, but I was always trying to just go for the ring out as quick as I could. That's kind of always how I played this game. It's a terrible way to play it, but that's how I play it. So you win. Very cool. Best thing you could possibly say. And then on the second round, then you can also play as the character you just defeated. So that's kind of how this game. That's how I play with other characters. How we want to do the story mode. Interesting to see Virtual Fighter Animation. For the Disney game, Bonkers. Man, I've got to be honest with you. As good as Bonkers was, and Bonkers wasn't bad. It came out during a time when I was already not Disneyed out, but I was kind of on my way out of okay, I'm not going to worry about the Disney cartoon lineup and the after school lineup. DuckTales, Tailspin, Rescue Rangers, Darkwing Duck. Those were the core. Goof Troop was great too, and then there's Bonkers. And I was like, okay, I felt like I was kind of edged out of the demographic. But the Bonkers games are actually pretty decent, and the Bonkers cartoon, if you go back on it, it's alright. It's good. It's just, just create a new character and everything. And then the one for the Master System actually plays pretty well. It's actually a pretty decent game for the Master System so late in its lifespan. Mickey's Ultimate Challenge. Now, this title screen makes it look like a Nintendo game, like a game for the NES, right? But it was released for on Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Boy as well. I'm sure not Game Gear, and I bet this is just the Game Gear version on Master System.
Wow.
I think it's better than they did the Disney style games, but were more like educational or more for kids where you don't really die. You just kind of have to, do fun little puzzle solving things. When I say fun, I mean not very fun at all. But you do these simplistic style puzzle solving games like it on the books in alphabetical order. Sure, why not?
Volta.
Starring this game is actually pretty decent. And never mind what the date says. This game came out years after on the Master System, which leads me to believe that it was probably for the Game Gear, and then they just ported that to the Master System. Is that how that worked? These Mickey games, these style of Mickey Mouse games, were always really, really good. There's a few of them on Genesis. There's a few of them on Super Nintendo as well, and they're fun. They're great platformers. I don't like the fact that you can't just jump on their heads for the most part to defeat enemies, because I'm so used to doing that with a platformer. But there's other fun elements involved with a game like this, so it's definitely worth checking out. And you're like, oh, I'm collecting maybe you're collecting all the Mickey Mouse games or all the Disney games. This is one you don't want to miss out on. It came out exclusively in Brazil, and it was released December of 1998. Good lord. So shout out to my friends in Brazil, shout out to the Sega Master System, and even years later, they're still making new games. There's a huge homebrew scene for Master System in Brazil as well. Do not discount Brazil. I mean, everyone, the United States, Europe, Japan, of course. But do not discount Brazil as one of the king leaders of retro gaming. I can't wait to return. I will see you at RetroCon as one of the king leaders of retro gaming. I can't wait to return. I will see you at RetroCon 2026. If you want to see what a video game convention looks like in Brazil, check out this video. I haven't got time to yet. I'll see you there too. Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet 40 creation platform. Try what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. Tools built for one, platforms ready for many, from passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Here's Adventure Island, developed and published by Hudson. Now
It's going really well.
Lucas, get up. Yes.
What? Hey, what? Lucas, how dare you call
Yes, yes, it's funny.
You called him a bad word. Timmy asked me how he's drawing you. And I said it was bad. That's supposed to be me. Timmy!
Technically, it's a bad word.
Hello?
Hi, sweetie. What's my email password?
Mom, how do you keep forgetting your password?
I can't remember it.
You created your password yesterday. I was with you.
Can you just remind me?
Okay. My email password is...
What?
What?
Let me write it down.
Just type it in your phone. It's easier.
No, I'll go get a pen and paper.
Okay.
I'll be back. Okay, sweetie, what's the password?
Chris Hemsworth is hot 67.
Oh, that's the one. Thank you, sweetie.
Love you, Mums. Hello, Mum.
Okay, what's the password?
Hello? Lucas?
Hello?
Hi, Lucas.
Jimmy, what do you want?
Can you read out Mum's credit card number for me?
Why?
Because I want to buy something, and I need her credit card number.
Does Mum know about this?
Yes.
Where's Mom's credit card?
In Mum's bedroom.
Okay. You ready?
One moment. Lucas is in your room using your credit card. Yes, read it out.
23216.
Doing with my credit card.
Oh, I'm just your payment of $5,000. Success.
$5,000.
I can explain. Timmy.
That's kind of fun.
Well, did you just spend my grandkids for a week?
Gemini, give us a list of yoga poses for goalkeeping.
Okay, boys, whatever you do not feed the animals.
Okay.
Okay? You'll get in serious trouble.
Anyway.
Our favorite noises. Mine is a dolphin laughing.
What's wrong, Frank? Oh, it sounds just like Martha. Frank, how many times do I have to tell you? Martha's no good for you. She's just no good. What are you barnacle head doing anyway?
Patrick and I are practicing our favorite noises. Mine is a dolphin laughing.
My favorite is the plaintive song of the blue whale.
Did you know SpongeBob's Paramount made Bible door theory? Do you know what the word Bible door theory? Morning, SpongeBob. Morning, reliable customers. Morning, Oxford.
You know what the world looks like. You know what the world looks like with SpongeBob's eyes? As everyone knows, Plankton only has one eye, and because of that, he's never able to see the right combination of it. Just so happens to have two. They found SpongeBob a sad story. He manages to collect some of his tears. Back at the chum bucket, Plankton drops his tears into his own body.
I decided to delete all the games on my phone because the rain is getting worse.
What if every game lets you play exactly the same? But I discovered your formula for Krabby Patties. I'm gonna run you out of business. I went to college. What if every game lets you play exactly the way you want it? Just a challenge. Teleport across the map. Find every secret without opening a single wiki tab. That's Wand. Wand is the free PC game trusted by 40 million plus players. It works with 4,000 plus games. Gives you the tools your games for calculation.
In the 90s, Sonic characters didn't have a specified age. Sonic was meant to represent the age bracket segment. While Tails was meant to represent the little brother who wants to play too. In Sonic Jam, Sonic's age is stated to be 60. On Sonic Adventure World 1, characters were given official age, Sonic being 15, Tails 8, Knuckles 16, and Steve 12, and this would remain consistent with Sonic Heroes. Shadow's age is undefined as he was frozen for 50 years, and Rouge the Bat, who was initially said to be 17 at the time of the Heroes, later revision to 18, for obvious reasons. And in the present day, the class of characters' ages are ambiguous. This is清醒梦，并不知道任何人都给发令。走了走了，你说如果我正好抱着个炸弹，那我就可以将梦转为炸弹。好了，差点。发令回，你不是呆呆？报告，原来他是忍者。看看节奏。报告。
spoil your and Prime Day, 23rd to the 26th of June. That's just the way you make me feel. Get that big deal feeling with savings on electronics, home, kitchen, and more. Exclusively for Prime members. Join Prime now.
Sure, I'll give you $1 million for that hat. Cartoon Arc today is a shell of what it used to be. And a few years ago, the original headquarters for Cartoon Arc closed its doors for good. Within these walls stood countless legendary pieces of animation history. I even owned part of that history myself. You know how the logo had this giant, chunky letter A? That's mine now. I'm not even joking. It's incredible, and I still can't believe I have this. But there's been another surprising recent discovery at a different Cartoon Arc headquarters. The one in Atlanta. In late May, a family-owned vintage store in Tennessee called Triple C Toys and Collectibles got insanely lucky after browsing Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes you find stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes you miss out. If I didn't have pictures, you would never believe what we found. Greatest Facebook Marketplace find ever? You betcha! We found them! A barn loft full of statues from the Cartoon Arc headquarters in Atlanta. We rented a U-Haul, made the trip, loaded for 3 hours getting it from the loft, and brought them home. These incredible classic Cartoon Arc characters once stood tall and mighty at the Atlanta headquarters. They were lost for years. No one really knew or asked about where they were until they were eventually listed on Facebook Marketplace. Now they've got fresh ownership by Triple C Toys and Collectibles, who will hopefully treat these with the respect they deserve. Their entire livelihood is dedicated to nostalgia and preserving the past of pop culture, so I think the statues are in good hands. If one of those won't really respect Cartoon Arc's legacy, then it's up to the fans. These statues would also make some display pieces to the store, motivating new customers to stop by. Anyway, what do you think about another classic part of the channel's history living on in a new way? If you could own any one of these statues, which one would you choose? Let's talk in the comments. But anyway, that's all for this video. Subscribe for more awesome cartoon videos. Give a thumbs up and comment below to let me know what you think. Thanks for watching.
Hello there, I'm Cuphead here at Studio MDHR headquarters. And today, we have a special announcement for all of you. We're happy to confirm that development has begun on a brand new hand-animated Cuphead video game.
Return of the King!
Here we go. Ready.
So Studio MDHR finally revealed what comes next, filled with a healthy daily dose of cups and heads. While the franchise hasn't seen much action from the show, we're about to get a strange revival for the franchise. Currently in development is a brand new, traditionally hand-drawn sequel to the original game. Because it's in early stages, we have no details about it. But there is another surprising project in the works. One that leaves the world of animation and instead serves as a love letter for retro games.
At Studio MDHR. It's Mighty Cuphead Adventure. It's ready to go.
This is a new fast action platform shooter directly inspired by the 80s. It is Cuphead Sega Master System, like literally. The developers programmed this thing on the classic assembly language of the system, and there will be a physical cartridge for anyone who wants the experience. Now, what I like about Cuphead is that while still adding modern day jazz. The 2017 title was a relentless demonstration of human creativity, a genuine work of art. With the rise of artificial intelligence, now more than ever, this human touch is a massive selling point. So knowing that we're getting a fully hands-on game is a beautiful return to nature after... But that's not all. I also think Mighty Cuphead Adventure is an awesome celebration of what Cuphead actually is. A video game. Studio MDHR just nails it. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're willing to put in the same amount of effort that artists from decades ago pulled off. But what do you think about Cuphead finally getting some new projects? Which are you looking forward to the most? Let's talk in the comments. But anyway, that's all for this video. Subscribe for more awesome cartoon videos. Give a thumbs up. It's comments
Oops.
below, so let me know what you think. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.
It's going really well.
Overseeing cooking, editing, and moving on. For example, I needed to start a new email thread with a client, and I wasn't sure how to open it without sounding too formal or too casual. All I did was ask generative more ideas.
Give up my gaming is going really well.
That's maybe because you're
Oh my background is going really well.
Use grandma's secret better, Billy. I had a baseball game, but I was so sick I couldn't go. And then I remember that game. You ended up playing, didn't you? Grandma made me put her in 5. You want to know secret recipes or not, Billy? Don't question us. Just go get a. Okay, so okay, for the last part, you gotta sit on 3 raw eggs. Did you tell your brother that Grandma has a secret remedy to make him feel better? Don't ground it. Get up to your room. Tommy, sweetie, can you come here? Okay. Here you go, boys. Here's your McDonald's. Thanks, man. Oh, they're so crispy. I've been right here. I want some. Nope.
And it just means that we don't need to charge thousands of pounds for assessments. And I think we shouldn't be doing that. They've developed this amazing system where we can keep the price low, we can get an assessment done, we can.
The one has one of the batteries.
I gotta watch this. I know, like, Mom, I'm gonna hide behind the tree. Any minute.
Really?
Hide behind the tree right now. Mom.
The coin mode is actually my main mode. Yes, it's a week.
You should see your face right now. I gotta send that picture to Grandma. I didn't catch you. Mom did.
Alright.
Okay, Tommy, that's enough. I can handle it later. Billy Joseph, where were you? I was worried sick about you. I hear you loud and clear, Mom. Did you hear him? He was worried sick about you. Thank you for not wanting to get grounded. 3 months of being grounded. Guys, there's no one would be able to see me with this on. I need to get my money back. Mom, listen, I'm sorry. Please, I'll never do it again. Billy, you're in. Why did he get a week?
That's funny.
No, I'm good. 3 months it is. You hear that? Good. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hey, you know, it's going to take however long it takes, Billy. Just be quiet and relax. I'm so bored.
Tends to be funny.
You're holding on. Yes, my iPad. Dad, should have been sleeping on the job. Hey, Billy, get off the iPad. I need your help. I need you to hold the ladder.
This is
So, Grandma says she's making me. Really? Your mother thought that McDonald's on the way to my house? I guess I'm gonna have to have a word with her. Really? You couldn't just. I'm gonna forget that I just heard that, and I'm gonna go make you boys something to eat. Okay, I'm back with your food. Here you go. Oh, thanks, Grandma. Looks great. Mom, I'm back from the store. The police of McDonald's before you brought them over to my house. Mom, you wanted a Happy Meal. How dare you betray me? Get up to your old childhood bedroom and don't come out until I die.
that's funny. That's funny.
We almost didn't make it. I can't believe we're going to Disney. I'm so excited. Hey guys, I'm ready. Why didn't anybody wake me up and tell me that they set the clocks back? Hello? Is anybody here? Are you kidding me? They left it me again? Okay, hang up that back as we go. We're going to hurry up and pack your bag. We have to go.
strap-on. Chill. It says if you feel tired, stop running. It was 1 yard. Under control of that. Fine. Oh no. What now? Nintendo says if you feel uneasy, go see a doctor. So what seems to be the problem? He didn't feel good while playing sports. Alright, dog, here's a band-aid or something. See? I'm fine. Time for Wii Sports. Dude, put your wrist strap on. Chill. Because it says fine. And it also says it's a new color. So there's exactly 16 official. Already unfortunately an existing color. And so I tried this again, get a good score this time. This process over again, but it kept colors be impossible. However, after about 30 minutes of processing, I was able to this color from Horizon Blue was a near black ultraviolet indigo with a hidden wine red undertone that noticeable against it. And I can confidently say that it does not appear to be one of the 16.7 billion colors in circulation, so I think it made it to looking at the world's color. It's possible for AI to possible to create a brand new color. I started off by copying the colors. Cartoon Network today is a shell of what it used to be. And a few years ago, the original headquarters for Cartoon Network closed its doors for good. With its legendary pieces of animation history. I even own part of that history myself. You know how the logo had this giant chunky letter A? That's mine now. Joking. It's incredible, and I still can't believe I have this. But there's been even joking. It's incredible, and I still can't believe I have this. But there's been another surprising recent discovery at a different Cartoon Network headquarters. The one in Atlanta. In late May, a family-owned vintage store in Tennessee called Triple C Toys and Collectibles got insanely lucky after browsing Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes you find stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes you miss out. If I didn't have pictures, you would never believe what we found. Greatest Facebook Marketplace find ever? You betcha! We found them! A barn loft full of statues from the Cartoon Network headquarters in Atlanta. Instantly rented a U-Haul, made the trip, loaded for 3 hours, getting to the loft, and brought them home. These incredible statues of classic Cartoon Network characters once stood tall and mighty at the Atlanta headquarters. They were lost for years. No one really knew where they were until they were eventually listed on Facebook Marketplace. Now they've got fresh ownership by Triple C Toys and Collectibles, who will hopefully treat these with the respect they deserve. Their entire livelihood is dedicated to nostalgia and preserving the past of pop culture, so I think the statues are in good hands. If Warner Bros. Won't really respect Cartoon Network's legacy, then it's up to the fans. These statues would also make pretty impressive display pieces for the store, motivating new customers to
Ready for fun with the Disney and Marvel inspired bike rings available only at toy superstores. Land mammal.
It's going really well today. And my first Instagram went really well.
If we're going into that jungle, we need to do that from the draw. Whatever the sound throws at us, we'll be prepared. It's the greatest discovery in the world. I'm Rex. Why don't you let me show you around? Welcome to my home sweet home. Whoa. It doesn't have a big screen TV or Wi-Fi. That's just my iCloud. He's always watching.
Alright, so I'm currently trying to platinum over 200 games submitted by viewers of the channel. Now, if I can't do all these for the channel hits 1.3 million subscribers, then I have to platinum Diablo 2, the longest platinum trophy in existence. So make sure to drop a like and subscribe. Now, for today's video, I chose an absolute culture icon of a video game, Among Us. I don't know about you guys, but playing this 2021 was absolutely insane. I deadass played this in my high school free period with one of my cool teachers and the boys, so yeah, I got some pretty fond memories of Among Us. But in today's video, I got every single trophy, including the Platinum Trophy, and it was honestly hilarious. Shout out to the boys from my Discord server that joined up multiple times and both helped me get some trophies, but also just played for hours on end. I truly do appreciate it. But back to the trophies of Among Us. They're gonna go about formatting this video is in a bit of a roller coaster fashion. I started recording this over a week ago, and I didn't use a face cam for about half of my grinding, but if you want to skip to when I did start using a face cam and we have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base 44. This is the first look at the current industry.
Power Rangers. Power Rangers. Go Power Rangers.
鹅鸭三大电影按顺序键是被就是你。需要注意的是，一定只能正条件后进。聪明角色来隐藏身份。猎鹰，你的技能可以直接刀人， 获胜条件是生存到最后，鹅只能通过完成任务获胜，鸭子只能在你活着的时候通过搞破坏。
Anjay. Oops.
Exercise your brain. It grows stronger, which means that anyone can get smarter. How do you exercise your brain? Like skeletons. Or like when you were really hard to understand chicken. Know we can grow our brains to get smarter. But how do we do it? Sit on the couch, eat out. Math problem all day long. You have few challenging math problems. Tony! Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to catch a big one. To catch up everyone. That is to catch it for this time. Sure. Once you come in, you can never get out. Teacher, please.但是我是初中在马湖这个位置的，然后我钓了个鱼之后，去那个宠物那里扫主人，然后也扫第二个主人，然后看到那个马头的位置。
Mm-hmm. I want to eat pizza. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, you get to know.
Billy, today's Michael's birthday. Do you know what he wants? He bullied the little kid. This bully started messing with one of the smaller kids by the lockers one day, talking trash and getting into his face. Nice hair, ginger boy, trying to get a reaction. The smaller kid ignored him. But got nothing to say? Then, out of nowhere, the smaller kid grabs the combination lock off his locker and flings it across the face. Yeah, this kid's kind of bleeding a bit. He's crying. Teacher comes running. The smaller kid skipped off the class. For some reason, he did not get in trouble.
Well, his next class was woodshop. After the bully got himself all mixed up, he started to get mad again. Yeah, he got a cheap shot on me. I'm gonna find him. Oh, I'm gonna get him back. The bully then goes to this kid's woodshop class, and he walks in. He sees the small kid in the back corner working. Now, the small kid's working with 2x4 planks of wood. And when the bully thought it was a good idea, yeah, I don't know what he does. Thank you. You're a freaking day. Without reacting much, yes, smacks him right across the face with a plank of wood. He freaks out and starts crying. Again, this time they both get sent to the office. But the woodshop class that this bully went to attack the small kid first. And if the small kid didn't defend himself, well, it would have been bad for him. The bully
Super Nintendo suddenly felt like the. I'm gonna throw. Okay, pause. Look how huge this ghost is. Today, Big Boo just looks like another. But in Super Mario World, this was a big NES day. You were used to smaller, simpler enemies. The Super Nintendo game most with clean artwork, smooth movement, and a creepy see-through fade effect. Seeing something this big move this quickly, the graphics jump feel huge. Big Boo felt alive. Nintendo even turned Big Boo into a big boss. No one secret house. Star Road. It was one of those moments where the Super Nintendo suddenly felt okay. You just look like another deal. Back in the NES days, you were used to smaller, simpler enemies. Then the Super Nintendo game gave you this giant boost with clean artwork, smooth movement, and a creepy see-through fade effect. Seeing something this big move this cleanly made the graphics jump feel huge. Big Boo felt alive. And Nintendo even turned Big Boo into a hidden boss. In Donut's secret house, there's a hidden room where you fight him by throwing blocks at his face, but for some reason, he can't hurt you. Beat him and you opened Star Road. It was one of those moments where the Super Nintendo suddenly felt like the future. Okay, pause. Look how huge this ghost is. Today, Big Boo just looks like another Mario enemy. But in Super Mario World, this was a big deal. Back in the NES days, you were used to smaller, simpler enemies. Then the Super Nintendo game. I'm gonna throw this dart and fly to a football match wherever it lands. It's called Alera. Let's go to Scotland. There are two pitches. They're in that area, and they both play tomorrow at Bootham. But it's 400 miles away, so we need to get going. Okay. First, it's a train.
Oh.
Famous Disneyland myths that are a lot of us were told that if you put your hands up on Space Mountain, they'd get chopped off. And while the ceiling does look terrifyingly close, no one's reportedly lost a limb here, unless you count that one hoax site. Next, another classic myth says Disney never declares anyone dead on property, so they can technically say no one died there. But what do we call this? Then we have the secret basketball court inside Matterhorn. While it's true this story is deeply exaggerated, people like to imagine the Staples Center inside the mountain, but in reality it's just a small break area with a hoop. Famous Disneyland myths that are actually fake. A lot of us were told that if you put your hand... It's the last day of school tradition. Right before the bell, the students would gather on this balcony that's right above this.
When playing games on PC, do you ever wonder if someone had a clip with you in it? Download Metal, then go to Albums, click your in, and connect.
I have a problem. You are scrolling on YouTube Shorts, where some... How fast can two players speed Cuphead? Cuphead's co-uploaded.
Anyway,
丘比特属于鸭子阵营，它可以使用技能使两只鸟相爱，并链接它们的生死。如果一只鸟被击倒，另外一只鸟也会殉情出局。但被链接的双方可以选择在倒计时内掌掴对方，断开彼此的链接，合理利用你的技能帮。
Yeah, what I have to read a call about is, is that but that Mexican and the Chinese is better than serious.
going to do it myself. That agent can complete the task for you if I happen to be away. And for the rest of your work,
Oh, that's so funny. Whoever should be to me so fine. Oh, that's how baby is getting on.
play Billie Eilish. But did you know there's a you?
I'm definitely saying that song. Cool. Yeah. But, it was still get around. Yeah. Around. Cool. But the other one did go very out. And I still run. Cool, fam. Right. Cool. Everyone really ran. Same level again. Oh my god, all my ducks ran really around. Okay. I can and for the different map, but it's going really well. Good job, sir. Nice and nice and sweet. What? Every in the cover and one to make the other. There were 8 times the sweat. That was the 999. That's the wrong button. You? That's the wrong button. Huh? Yeah. But we are watching the kangaroo. Anyway. Huh? The best ticket this time. Yeah, everyone's going to give a minute ceremony, but I hope not. This game is so good. Number 6. Gun. Alright, if I did this is the another I will just enable the only the take back. Yeah.
Unfortunately for Atari, the 5200 would be a commercial failure, so it was back to the 2600. The
Oops.
console market would become very quiet from 1983 to 1985 because consumers were not interested in video games. Atari is commonly blamed for this because of some of the mediocre games it created and the failure of the 5200. As a result, the original Atari Inc. would break up into two companies.
Not gonna play some more of this good stuff. I will. If it helps suggest as a novel. Yes, they had featured that and they found that on this and the nature.
Go ahead and start
Yeah. Yes, and now stuck around to really wow.
games and debatably better hardware than yes. No matter how hard they tried, Atari's newer consoles the 2600 or the 7800 taken off, there's a possibility they would have discontinued the predecessors sooner. In 1977, there was no standard game income, so a lot of most of the settings also they were otherwise but again, there was no standard that had been set yet. Future consoles would
Maybe.
improve on some of these standards, but the one that sticks out to me the most is the NES. Getting actual just as basic as selecting one of the players. Games were also not just one of the screens. You were getting full of stages that scrolled horizontally. Over the years, thanks to mappers giving NES more capabilities. With the success of the NES, Atari, now under Atari Corporation, decided to repackage the 2600 to better fit the standard of the machine. It was given a more modern redesign, and the price was dropped to under $50. The commercials would talk about the fun being back and showcase some of the better-looking 2600 games. There was a year hiatus where Atari was not publishing 2600 games because of the video game crash, but with the repackaging of the 2600, they resumed developing games for it. With the standard being different, we would see some better quality games. Some of the old primitive aspects of games would also be improved. The first published game since the revival on the game. You're in the Olympics and you must participate in various events. In the running events, you press left and right repeatedly in order to run. The faster you do it, the quicker you go.
In the throwing events, left and right is used to increase your speed, but the fire button is used to throw. The game uses a 16 kilobyte cartridge, which is no surprise considering how much content you get. There's 6 events in total, which is extremely impressive for a 2600 game. The graphics are well detailed and hardly looks like an Atari game. The text is surprisingly small, and the vertical scrolling is excellent. The title screen is an example of the standard game. The fact that it's different, but notice that you're able to see what each gameplay variation is without needing the manual. This is a huge technological achievement in one of the best 100 games. It's too bad to see this one on Atari 50. Here's Night Magic. This was a game that was planned to be released early, but was shelved during the
and
video
the
game. These let you jump in a light to skip a portion of the level. I'm impressed they managed to accomplish horizontal scrolling. On the title screen, on the next screen, you have many gameplay variations to choose from, including difficulty settings and practice mode. This is really impressive on Atari. This would have been unheard of 5 years ago on this platform. I find it unfair. You never know what's ahead of you in both. It is completely too easy. You have no choice but to crash into random objects. Despite that, this game is a huge technological achievement. It was clear actual mini screens. Atari knew cheaper alternative. Their later titles were also higher quality and easier to pick up and play. These changes helped keep the 2600 relevant for a bit longer. I just wanted to keep breakdown of the things that helped keep it alive. The whole corporation was at the same time in 1992. Part of the reason the 2600 lasted for so long was purpose. Atari wanted to jump ship, but none of the newer consoles pushed more and more games that pushed the hardware limits and adapted. Atari also cleverly marketed the 2600 as the cheaper alternative to the NES. It's amazing to see a product from the 1970s last until the 1990s.
What's going on? It's Poacher coming at you with another video. Right, do me a favor. If you want to be part of a fun community, go to discord.poacher.net. I talk about behind the scenes stuff on there, but then we also just talk about our lives, and we're a very close knit community. Anyway, we're gonna waste no time. We're gonna be talking about. Channel now, CEO of a tolerate company to develop their upcoming revenue dash decided to tell us need under a new company resources console.
Sorry, all my background friends really loud.
Things to consider when buying housemates or non-permanent exercise area. You might want something that runs quietly. The Pro Fitness bike is quiet due to its magnetic resistance system. If useful features are what you're after, this Reebok bike connects to Swift and KinoMap for immersive rides to explore different virtual locations. You can choose from 32 resistance levels.
Hey, Jen.
Is that when you saw they were? You got a good role for me?
Yeah.
Did you win the last game?
Yeah.
Oh.